Returns, Fees, and Tax Amendment Act 2020. In the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister, would you like to present your debate at this time?
Hello, Speaker?
Yes, we see and hear you, Minister. You have the floor.
Thanks. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled The Company's Ratification of Deferred Returns, Fees, and Taxes Amendment Act 2020 be now read the second time.
Any objections? No objections. Continue, Minister.
Speaker, the bill now before the House is the Company's Ratification of Deferred Returns, Fees, and Taxes Amendment Act 2020. Honorable members will recall that following a severe threat to public health by the communicable disease COVID-19, government offices were closed on the 19th of March, following which the governor made a proclamation of a state of emergency in Bermuda on the 2nd of April, 2020. Mr. Speaker, this bill establishes the legal authority instituting temporary measures by the government to defer compliance with certain statutory requirements that must be satisfied by local and permit companies on or before 31st of March every year. Mr. Speaker, following the closure of government offices, it emerged that not all local companies had the means to facilitate their filing and the payment of their fees electronically. Therefore, they would have found themselves in breach of the Companies Act. In order to accommodate those companies who could not make their submissions and payments electronically, the government instituted temporary measures to assist such companies by extending the 31st of March 2020 deadline for 3 months to the 30th of June 2020. Mr. Speaker, the government extended the deadline by way of a formal notice with the intention to seek ratification by the legislature of the deferred compliance with the requirements of the Companies Act of 1981 to the 30th of June 2020. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, this bill ratifies the deferred compliance with certain provisions of the Companies Act by the Minister of Finance, while also providing power for the Minister of Finance to defer to a later date filings required under Section 121 and 135 of the Companies Act. Mr. Speaker, with those brief comments, I welcome the comments of other honorable members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any other members to speak?
Yes, Mr. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, continue, member.
Thank you, sir. I thank the Minister for those introductory remarks and the overview of the company's ratification of deferred returns, fees, and taxes amendment. We certainly support this from the opposition's perspective. It's it was difficult times and certainly unprecedented and something that we had never experienced before in terms of
MP, it seems like we've lost you there for a moment. MP Pentland?
Yeah, it looks like she's having technical difficulties.
Yeah. MP, you're having a technical difficulty right now. Do one of your other colleagues want to speak until you can get sorted out?
I'll speak, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Ms. Admin, we'll let you speak until we can get.
I don't sound like Ms. Admin. Sorry.
Sorry. Mr. MP Scott, I'm sorry. I've done that to you twice today. I'm sorry about that.
I don't sound like her.
MP Pentland is back.
Okay, MP Pentland, are you sorting yourself out?
Yeah, I've actually started. I was saying that we supported the legislation.
Okay.
The minister gave his overview, and in that overview, he indicated that at the appropriate time, at March 31, there was no ability for him to be able to, or no ability for some companies to be able to meet the fiduciary responsibilities that they had in terms of filing their returns and their taxes. The government accommodated that by notification, which gave them an extension until June 30th to permit them to be compliant with their responsibilities under the Companies Act, both in terms of the tax as well as the returns that were made. This legislation now enables a situation to be put into place, a procedure to be put in place in case we have something that happens again. And I think it just makes eminent good sense for this to happen. We certainly support the legislation and have no, and thank the government for making life a little bit easier for those companies that had a bit of anxiety between March and June, companies who knew that they didn't have the means to comply, but were not going to be penalized. We know that the penalties for non-compliance, especially with the payment of taxes, is absolutely prohibitive. And that's done for a good reason. It's to ensure that the government has access to the revenues to which it is entitled under the legislation. And we want to make sure that companies comply to the extent that they are required to do so. So by being unable to be compliant, it was difficult for some companies. They did have the anxiety, and the minister and the government have actually assuaged those concerns. So with this piece of legislation, we support it. It makes eminent good sense. It is kind of a housekeeping measure that effectively says to the corporations that we understand that the situation that occurred was beyond your control, and that as a government, we want to ensure that things are made a little bit more made a little easier for you in order to be able to comply. So we support the legislation, Mr. Speaker, and recognizing that in these difficult times, there's likely to have to be different types of legislation that will come through that sort of takes the new normal and puts it into practical terms. So this is what we've done in this respect, and we support it from an opposition perspective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Yes.
Honorable member?
Yes, it's MP Me.
Yes, honorable member. You have the floor.
Let me take off my mask, my St. George's mask.
Member, I know you only came in front of the camera with that mask for one purpose, but my flag of red and blue is still flying over my shoulders, much higher than your mask. And the cap will remain in Somerset. But you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to just add my short comments to this piece of legislation. I think my colleague that spoke before me kind of sums it up, is that it's one of those pieces of legislation that's necessary. And as we continue to navigate through COVID-19 and just a worldwide pandemic, I think that we should probably get ourselves in a space to accept that there will be pieces of legislation that come very similar to this, that are designed to provide relief, to make a difficult situation not so difficult, and that there will be legislation that can, where applicable, assist. And at this time is legislation that's going to assist the companies, and the minister has the power to defer the date to a later date in compliance. So I am glad to see that we are bringing something like this. I think that it's incumbent on any government to assist wherever we can, and in this case, it's a bureaucratic assistance. And I look forward to seeing other pieces of legislation like this that provide relief, reduce stress, and make a difficult time not so difficult, Mr. Speaker. So thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member Ming. Does any other member wish to speak? No other member? Minister, would you like to wrap us up?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled The Company's Ratification and Deferred Returns, Fees, and Taxes Amendment 2020 be now read. I move the bill be committed. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I commit the bill first, Minister. I know we're trying to move ahead in this Randy afternoon, but we'll do that step first. We're moving to the committee, and
I move that the bill be committed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Members, honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Companies Ratification of Deferred Returns, Fees and Taxes Amendment Act 2020. Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, this bill seeks to ratify the deferred compliance with the requirements of Section 121 and 135 of the Companies Act of 1981 to the 30th of June of 2020, following a severe threat to public health by the communicable disease COVID-19, which led to government offices being closed on the 19th of March 2020, and the governor making a proclamation of a state of emergency in Bermuda on the 2nd of April. This bill further seeks to amend the Companies Act of 1981 to provide power for the minister to defer to a later date compliance with requirements relating to filing of returns to be made by a specified date under the Act where there is an occurrence in Bermuda of any of the exceptional circumstances provided in Section 22(7) of the Public Treasury Administration and Payments Act of 1969. Mr. Chairman, I move clauses 1 to 3.
Continue, Minister.
Clause 1 provides a citation for the bill. Clause 2 provides for the ratification of the determination by the minister to defer compliance with requirements of sections 121 and 135 of the Companies Act of 1981 to the 30th of June 2020. Clause 3 amends Section 287A of the Companies Act of 1981 to provide power for the minister to defer to a later date compliance by any person or class of persons with requirements relating to filing of returns to be made by a specified date under that act in the case where there is an occurrence in Bermuda of any of the exceptional circumstances provided in Section 22(7) of the Public Treasury Administration and Payments Act of 1969. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further speakers?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Honorable Member Pat Gordon Pamplin. Gordon, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, as we mentioned in the debate of the whole, we have no objection. We support this legislation. It makes eminent good sense. I just have one question of the minister, and that's in respect of the deferral until June 30th of 2020 as tabled and laid out. Can the minister give us any indication as to which companies or how many companies were non-compliant by the June 30th extension? Was that June 30th deadline sufficient for companies to have made their filings from the April deadline or the April deadline to June 30th?
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we are only 3 days into July, and so having an exact count on those companies that were late would be difficult for me to get my hands on at the moment. But what I can undertake to do is provide the honourable member with those details once we have had at least a week under our belt in the month of July.
Mr. Chairman,
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you, sir. I appreciate the undertaking. I think the question was in the context of some people would have been able to file by April, and then over the course of the next 3 months, some may have been able to get their filings in as they were able to do so, as time went on. So that was really my question, just to know whether we are severely delayed. And I understand and accept the minister's undertaking to give us some indication in terms of who if there were still companies that were unable to comply by June 30th. But we have no objection to any of the clauses of the legislation.
Any further speakers? They're pretty be done. Minister, you want to move the clauses 1 to 3?
Mr. Chairman, I move the clauses 1 to 3 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 3 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved. Move the preamble.
I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy. We're now back in the House. Are there any objections to the company's ratification of deferred returns, fees, and taxes amendment Act 2020 being reported to the House as printed? No objections? The bill has been reported to the House and accepted. We'll now move on to the third item on the order paper for today, and that is the second reading of the Public Treasury Amendment and Payments Amendment Act 2020. And again, this is in the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, would you like to present your bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government wishes this honorable House now to give consideration to the bill entitled the Public Treasury Administration and Payments Amendment Act of 2020. The purpose of this bill is to provide power for the Minister of Finance in exceptional circumstances to write off or defer payment of public money and to expand the regulation-making provisions. Honorable members will be aware that the Public Treasury Administration and Payments Act of 1969 provides for the financial control and management of government finances, the establishment of the Accountant General's Department, the payment of monies withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund, and related matters. Mr. Speaker, honorable members are aware that Bermuda is experiencing the economic impact of COVID-19, with almost a third of the workforce having been laid off during the island's mandatory stay-at-home period, and the cessation of regular flights and cruise ships to the island. Government has already taken various actions to assist employers and employees during these unprecedented times. The ministry has already instituted several temporary emergency measures to assist businesses that have a pressing need for financial relief. Some of these measures were as follows. Tax filing deadlines were extended. Current penalties or fees that would normally apply for that period were waived. Upon request, fees included in the government fees regulations of 1976 could be deferred or waived. Section 22 of the Act provides authority for the minister to approve the write-off of public money, and the Emergency Powers Act of 1963 may also provide for writing off certain fees. In addition, the Government Fees Act of 1965 empowers the Minister of Finance to waive any particular government fee in exceptional circumstances. Mr. Speaker, to provide greater certainty and authority, it is proposed to amend Section 22 of the Act to provide for the following. To grant the Minister of Finance power in exceptional circumstances to waive or defer payment of public money. We create a process to be followed where public authorities request for a waiver or a fee, tax, or penalty payable under the government fees regulations of 1976 or under a particular enactment. It ensures that the process is transparent. Mr. Speaker, to assist employees that have been laid off, terminated, or made redundant as a result of COVID-19, the government quickly introduced an unemployment benefit. The unemployment benefit came into effect on the 24th of March of 2020, and the application period ended on the 30th of June 2020. It provides a weekly benefit, the lesser amount, 60% of an individual's remuneration, or $500 to eligible persons, including work permit holders, for up to 12 weeks, which has recently been extended to 16 weeks. Honorable members are advised that authority for the appeal provision that is included in the Public Treasury Administration and Payments Temporary Unemployment Benefit Regulations of 2020 will also be made clear. Mr. Speaker, the proposed bill seeks to address this issue and makes technical amendments to widen the regulation-making power set forth in the Act to include provisions for appeals. These technical amendments are required pursuant to the making of the Public Treasury Administration and Payments Temporary Unemployment Benefit Regulations of 2020, which set forth the new regime for the above-mentioned unemployment benefit and had to be drafted as a matter of urgency due to COVID-19 and its economic impact. Mr. Speaker, this part of the bill will be deemed to come into effect on the 24th of March 2020, the day when the unemployment benefit regulations came into effect. This provision also seeks to provide greater flexibility in the Act, moving forward to allow inclusion of provisions with respect to savings and transitional matters in the regulations. With those introductory remarks, Mr. Speaker, I now read for the second time the bill entitled Public Treasury Administration and Payments Amendment Act 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize the honorable member, Ms. Anthony Gordon.
Thank
have
you.
the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, certainly from an opposition perspective, we fully understand the necessity and how the government has been required to move in a nimble fashion in order to be able to ameliorate some of the challenges that we experienced as a result of the unprecedented COVID-19 and the pandemic to which the country was exposed. So very clearly, we support the Public Treasury Administration and Payments Amendment Act of 2020 and offer the government our support in and thanks for assisting in making our citizenry a little bit less anxious in terms of their responsibilities, in terms of being able to receive part of the unemployment benefit that was established very quickly. I believe the minister indicated in one of his prior press conferences that this was something that had occurred over a period of about 6 or 7 hours, that it wasn't a matter of days or weeks. And it shows that when we put our minds to it, we have the ability to respond to very straitened circumstances in which people find themselves. So with those few comments, Mr. Speaker, we definitely support the amendment to the Public Treasury Administration and Payments Act of 2020. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, member. Does any other member wish to speak? No other member? Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be committed.
Thank you, Minister. The bill has now been committed. Deputy Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Public Treasury Administration and Payment Amendment Act 2020. Minister Dickerson, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, this bill seeks to amend the Public Treasury Administration and Payments Act 1969 to provide powers for the Minister of Finance in exceptional circumstances to waive or defer payment of public money. Mr. Chairman, I move clauses 1 to 6.
Continue.
Clause 1 provides a citation for the bill. Clause 2 amends the Principal Act in Section 1 to provide for the definition of the term public money, which is to include taxes collected under the Tax Management Act of 1976 and other tax acts, fees payable for the performance of a function by a public authority under any enactment establishing the public authority, and penalties payable under any enactment for the failure to submit returns or pay taxes or fees by a date specified in the enactment. Clause 3 repeals and replaces Section 22 of the Principal Act as follows. 1. The new section empowers the Minister of Finance on application by a public authority to waive or defer payment of public money after consulting the minister responsible for the enactment under which the public money is prescribed and notifying the Accountant General in writing, and only if satisfied that there are exceptional circumstances justifying the waiver or deferment of payment in that particular case. The minister may waive or defer payment with respect to any or all of the following: the amount of the waiver or deferment of payment, the period of the waiver or deferment of payment, or the person or class of persons to whom the waiver or deferment of payment applies. 2. The minister may provide for the waiver or deferment of payment to be with retrospective effect and subject to such conditions as the minister may deem appropriate to impose upon the person benefiting. A duty is placed on the public authority granted the waiver or deferment of payment to maintain proper books or records and provide details of the value of the amount waived or deferred to the Accountant General. A waiver or deferment of payment should not be granted for a period going beyond the financial year in which the public money is waived or deferred. Where a person benefiting from a waiver or deferment subject to a condition fails to comply with the condition, the minister may require that the amount waived or deferred for the entire period or a portion of the period of the waiver or deferment to be repaid, and if necessary, may require that the amount be recovered before a court of summary jurisdiction. 3. The term exceptional circumstances is defined to include a proclamation of a state of emergency under Section 14 of the Bermuda Constitution Order of 1968, a declaration of a public health emergency by the Minister of Health under Section 107A of the Public Health Act of 1949, hurricanes and other major adverse natural or weather-related events negatively and significantly impacting Bermuda, whether directly or indirectly, a situation where a person is selected to participate on behalf of Bermuda in an international event or required to represent Bermuda at such an event, and such other events or circumstances that the minister may, by notice published in the Gazette, deem to be exceptional circumstances in a particular case after consulting the minister and public officers connected with the case. The minister is required, when tabling the financial statements of the Consolidated Fund at the end of the financial year, to lay before each house of the legislature a report of public money waivers and deferments granted during that year. Clause 4 makes the principal act in Section 33 with respect to the scope of the regulation making power conferred by that section further to the public treasury administration and payments temporary unemployment benefit regulations of 2020, which were made due to COVID-19. Clause 5 amends the Government Fees Act of 1965 to repeal Section 2A. And Clause 6 provides for commencement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Are there any further speakers?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Ms. Gordon-Pamplin, continue. You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. As indicated in the other debate, Mr. Chairman, these clauses make eminent good sense, and from an opposition perspective, we support the government in this particular piece of legislation with no recommendations for amendment.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Heard to be done, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 to 6 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 6 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you, Honorable Minister Dickerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Deputy. The bill has now been reported to the House. Are there any objections to the bill being reported to the House as printed? There are no objections. The bill has been reported and accepted, and we will now move on to the next item on the order paper for today, which is the second reading of the Employment Act Amendment 2020 in the name of the Minister of Labor. Minister, would you like to present your matter? Minister Hayward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon, Minister.
I move that the bill entitled the Employment Act Amendment 2020 be now read a second time.
Are there any objections to that? No objections. Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the bill before this honorable House is the bill entitled the Employment Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to amend Section 32 of the Act to exclude the period of the state of emergency in Bermuda from 1st of April 2020 to 30th of June 2020 for the calculation of the 4-month layoff period, beyond which, under the Act, an employee who has been laid off must either be recalled or is deemed to be terminated and is entitled to his severance pay. Mr. Speaker, by way of background, the World Health Organization responded to the outbreak of respiratory disease caused by a novel coronavirus, which has now been named Coronavirus Disease 2019, COVID-19. The COVID-19 outbreak is an unprecedented and severe threat to public health in Bermuda. Accordingly, His Excellency the Governor issued a proclamation of emergency under Section 14 of the Bermuda Constitution Order 1965. Mr. Speaker, subsequent actions of this government were swift and aim to reduce the spread of the disease. Actions included the implementation of a curfew, a series of emergency regulations, starting first with shelter-in-place regulations and continuing precaution regulations as restrictions were gradually lifted. These actions had the effect of closing businesses in the country, ranging from a complete closure to limited operations depending upon the sector. The economic implications of these actions are very significant and will be felt for some time. Over 9,800 employees were laid off and subsequently applied for the unemployment benefit related to COVID-19. The government acted quickly to put these provisions in place to provide a safety net for employees who would otherwise have no means of income. Mr. Speaker, following engagement with industry associations and union representatives, the bill will amend Section 32 of the Act with respect to layoff due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic resulting in the state of emergency. The amendment will exclude the period from 1st April to 30th of June 2020 from the calculation of the period of 4 months after which a layoff is deemed to be a termination for redundancy and the former employee is entitled to his severance pay. The statutory severance allowance under Section 23 of the Act ranges from 2 weeks pay, where an employee has completed 1 full year of service, to a maximum of 20 weeks pay, depending on the length of service. The period from 1st of April to the 30th of June will not be counted towards 4 months after which layoff is deemed to be termination if the employee was laid off before or during the state of emergency. The purpose of these changes is to protect both employees and employers in these unprecedented times. In the face of this global pandemic, employees should not lose their benefit entitlement of redundancy under the Act. Despite the lobby by industry to remove the entitlement for employers to pay redundancy payments to workers, the government did not acquiesce, as we strongly believe that these rights must be protected. The government moved to protect employees by first introducing an unemployment benefit under a very short time frame to assist the people. Secondly, the government will, with cooperation from the public, move quickly to contain the spread of the virus and is now moving rapidly to reopen the economy. Mr. Speaker, it is said that the best social policy is a job, and this government is acting quickly to enable businesses to open safely and prudently get people back to work. Mr. Speaker, finally, this amendment to the Employment Act must be seen within the context of these previous steps to simultaneously protect the public and reopen the economy. The government is allowing for the exceptional period that was the state of emergency to be excluded from the calculation of layoff period to assist employers in retaining their business and ongoing concerns. Mr. Speaker, under any normal circumstances, this change would appear to disadvantage employees by extending their layoff period and their entitlement to redundancy payments. However, this amendment serves to protect employees by ensuring that laid-off employees remain employed by extending the time period for automatic termination. Mr. Speaker, forcing companies into bankruptcy, which is the alternative for many businesses without the amendment, will be a net destroyer of jobs. Removing jobs from the economy cannot be the consequence of a government that is attempting to restore economic growth. Over the long term, this amendment protects workers. It provides employers with time to re-employ workers rather than forcibly terminate them because of their inability to recall employees based on depleted cash flows. Employers expressed that they did not want to make their employees redundant, as they would rather keep workers employed and re-employ them as the country progressed to the new normal and business activity increased. This amendment serves to reduce loss of jobs to the economy. Mr. Speaker, a compromise must be reached. This move represents a balanced approach to provide both groups an opportunity to adapt to the new normal. It should be noted that the concerns of the Bermuda Hotel Association, the Bermuda Employers Council, union representatives, and others have been fully considered in arriving at this policy decision. Both the Bermuda Hotel Association, and the Bermuda Industrial Union have publicly acknowledged that the amendments represent a positive move for both employees and employers. Moving forward, the government will continue to work with industry partners to find solutions to many of the problems they are experiencing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister Hayward. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Sylvan Richards here.
Yes, MP Richards, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, opposition members support this amendment to the Employment Act as a result of the pandemic that we find ourselves in. The government is being having to make decisions, and this is one that we fully support. Mr. Speaker, the Act amends Section 32 of the Employment Act of 2000. Section 32 states, basically in layman's terms, that if an employee is laid off due to the unavailability of work for a period exceeding 4 months, then the employee must be made redundant under the Act. And redundancy payments must then be made to that employee. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, thousands of employees island-wide have been effectively laid off since the beginning of the state of emergency, which began April 1st, 2020. Mr. Speaker, if the Act is not amended, these employees would have to be made redundant, effective June 30th, 2020, and therefore entitled to severance pay. This would obviously make it financially difficult for many employers to meet their financial obligations in this regard, and could force some of these businesses to permanently close their doors. Mr. Speaker, the amendment, as a result of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic for the period April 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2020, provides that references to the 4-month period after which layoffs are deemed to be a termination for redundancy do not apply to the period April 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2020. The Act provides that the 4-month period will come into effect June 30th, 2020 and will end October 30th, 2020. Mr. Speaker, we note that this is a temporary amendment that takes into account the economic impact of this pandemic. We also note that with the island slowly opening up, this amendment provides relief, in my opinion, primarily for employers and employees in the hospitality and restaurant sectors, although it does apply across all industry sectors. So with those comments, Mr. Speaker, I once again reiterate that we support the amendment to the Act, and I will now let my fellow colleagues on this side weigh in if they choose to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Would any other Honorable Member like to speak at this time?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also like to thank the Minister Hayward, for bringing this bill to this House. As you know, it has been said that the present legislation, this will just amend it where the 4 months layoff period will start 30th June for further 4 months. Mr. Speaker, what this act, let me put it this way. Some people have abused this clause in their businesses. They will lay off people for 3 months or 3.5 months, then call them back in order not to pay severance pay. That is something we must look at and try to fix that loophole, because as much as we complain about it, it still occurs. Mr. Speaker, in some collective bargaining agreements, which the Act does not address, some agreements address issues like the pandemic that we had, and it takes into consideration where you won't be liable to pay severance pay. But let me say that severance pay is due and payable once you decide to close your business. Now, I see there's one particular guest house, hotel, that is going to not sell, but they're closing. and they had an announcement in the papers that they will pay severance pay to the employees, but that can reopen in, I believe, is April 2021. Now, I do know that particular guest house. We at those at the BIU have very good working relations with that. So my concern there is that we have employees that have worked there for many years. And once they take this severance pay, if they are called back, then they start as a brand new employee, meaning that their vacation entitlement will be that as of a brand new employee. So I'm just a little cautious about that because I just hope that it's not being done the way they're doing in order to get rid of some people.
Look at your account.
Or are they selling it to another person?
The road 260.
But I can assure you that the Marine
I would transfer
Industrial Union
another
headed
40 to you
by
right now. To which account? 001, 002. Minister Raban, you're not muted.
okay. I know the Bermuda Industrial Union headed by Chris Trevor will certainly keep an eye on that. And Mr. Speaker, this government has done a great thing for this country in dealing with this pandemic. They quickly enacted unemployment benefits. The first we've had in this country in my lifetime, and if I read the history, the first ever. And yes, the minister acknowledged, yes, some people didn't get paid on time, but the Minister of Finance always came out and said, and we all believe him, and it's because it's the truth, you will be paid. There will be teething problems, and with countries that have this in their natural way of life, their normal life, they have problems. But I would venture and thank those who work to make sure people get their unemployment benefits, got them, and they got them in a timely fashion. Now, let me say this here, Mr. Speaker, on this reduction in pay cut. This government has bent over backwards to see, despite the pay cut, that nobody takes home any less pay. And that is remarkable. It's remarkable because there are other employers in Bermuda where folks have taken a 10% cut. Some have taken a 25% cut. It was announced in the papers a couple of weeks ago, one company had 50% cut. And I do know that the Bermuda Industrial Union staff has taken a 40% cut. And so other employers are taking cuts in pay. Now, and I venture to say many, probably most of them in the country, there are some that probably didn't have to or can't afford not to, so that's what has happened, Mr. Speaker. But now, as I do understand, the unions have met with the government, and I think was the teachers and the BPSU, their workers have accepted. I applaud them. And I think the Bermuda Industrial Union are probably presently reporting to their generals, and I would venture to say that I'm pretty sure that would be the same result at the BIU. But there are some that are not, at this point, agree to what government has put up. I read in the papers yesterday where one particular uniform was the police. And they said, well, there are some unresolved grievances still have to be tackled. I guess that was a reason why they haven't agreed yet, or whether they agree or not. But this is not a grievance. This is not negotiations. This is clear facts. This government is trying to save jobs for everybody. And we have people talking about grievances. This is a pandemic. You need to put those grievances aside and let's deal with what is at hand, keeping people employed. Every government worker in this country has not received a pay cut. They're continuing to get their full pay, despite whether they came to work, couldn't go to work, or whatever. During this pandemic, during this shutdown, they have received their pay. And I applaud this government for doing that. And those that were unemployed in other areas, they all were entitled to receive a $500 a week unemployment benefit. And I would venture to say most of them got it. So this country, this government is trying to save jobs. And the Minister of Finance has said that we've got a revised deficit for 2020-21 of between $275 and $315 million. Let me advise some of those uniformed service folks. I don't think they're all thinking this way, that the government does not print money. We earn our money through foreign exchange. That's where we earn our money. So we don't have any gold to back up printing our own money like some of the bigger countries who can print their money. And I applaud, again, those unions that have agreed to this arrangement the government has come up with. You know, this government don't want anyone to lose jobs. We're trying to take care of all Bermudians, including some of our guest workers that we would need. So that's what we're trying to do. And for one to say that, you know, when you get some of these, I do know in the police service, when you consider their benefits compared to the other government workers, compared to what Ms. Smith gets, is no comparison. They get unlimited sick leave. They don't pay no health insurance. They get a housing benefit on top of many hours of overtime. At the taxpayer, Ms. Smith, who's struggling to make ends meet, she has to pay taxes in order to give these folks free health insurance, housing allowance, unlimited sick leave, something that most taxpayers don't get. And now you're talking about is some grievance to be settled? The only grievance is to be settled is we're trying to save jobs for all workers, not just some, for all workers. And some of these folks that serve in the uniformed services are from other countries. And I would venture to say that they're not getting these benefits from those countries. They're not negotiating because of the pandemic, saying we've got some outstanding grievances before they agree to something. They're not doing that there. And many of these folks that are here, when they retire, they go back home with the dollars 2 to 1 or even 2.6 to 1 and live good lives. And I don't envy that. I thank you for your services. But don't hold this government at ransom because you think that we have to have you. We have Bermudians here that can serve in the police force. We have them that can serve in the fire and everywhere else that are unemployed and that would love to have their job. So let's not think that we're indispensable because government house, judiciary, all must share in this pay cut. The Premier said it, I think 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago on TV. Everyone will share in this pay cut. The politicians, all the politicians have taken a 12.5% cut. Ministers have taken a 15% cut. You couldn't get better leadership than that. So let's be fair. We are trying to save the jobs of everyone that works under this government. Again, not one government worker has lost a dime because of this shutdown caused by the pandemic. So I'm asking all, we should be thanking the government because they got a job, they ain't lost nothing. Despite a pay cut, we've done some innovative things so you don't take home nothing less. Where do you get this in any other country of the world? Where millions are unemployed in the United States and other places. And we depend on the United States for most of our foreign exchange. Look at our hotel workers. What, 2,000 of them unemployed, their future uncertain this year. And we've got government workers guaranteed the job to this point, saying that, oh, we've got some issues to settle before we can agree to that. Come on, we better start being grateful for the things we got, because we got workers that are suffering, that don't get and not getting what you get. And don't get me wrong, because I do think we have some good people in uniform. And I think they're all good. But some of them, I think they can hold this government to ransom. We will not be held ransom to anyone, particularly when we got Bermudians that are capable of doing your jobs. And if you're not satisfied with our government, then you do what you got to do to satisfy yourselves. But I can assure you, this government should not be backing down. Then we have the larger unions have agreed. Most of them, I think the BIU, I'm not that certain, but I know they're meeting with their general staff, as I said earlier. Now, we need to be grateful for this here. Again, as I say, government house, judiciary, all of them will participate in this situation. There's no legislation that protects them. I've read it. There's no constitution that protects them from pay cuts. It's not in the Constitution. So let's not go there. I've read it, seen it. The Constitution talks about an award. No, they cannot take your pension. And that is, if you're entitled to a pension, when you retire, you get that. That's what's protected, not pay cuts. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I thank you for allowing me.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak.
Thank you, Deputy. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
It's
Speaker.
MP Dunphy.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
the floor.
Yeah, good afternoon. My, Mr. Speaker, I had the shoes on the other foot. Listening to the Honorable Deputy Speaker, wanting people to put a grievance aside at this point, and deal with the offer that's being put in front of them. I find that extraordinary coming from a labor leader.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
I certainly don't think.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
There's a point of order. We'll take the point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. That is not what the honorable member said. The honorable member said he wants them to put aside the grievance based on a pandemic and Bermuda being in a situation heretofore it hasn't been in. And he has to quote him right. He said, based on the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Dunkley.
The honorable member was too quick to the trigger because he cut me off on a point of order, and that's exactly where I'm going. But I see no reason why grievances still can't be considered as we go through this, Mr. Speaker. That's my point. That's my point. For a labor leader to say put grievances aside based on the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, I find that quite interesting to say the least, Mr. Speaker. And I, for one, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Dunkley, I think there's another point of order from the Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, obviously the member is misleading the House, and I probably inadvertently, because he really don't understand what I said. Minister Keynes made it quite clear. The only grievance we have now is saving people's jobs. That's more important than anything, because if you don't have a job, there is no grievance.
Thank you, Deputy.
Mr. Speaker, I clearly understand. And yes, we all want to protect jobs, Mr. Speaker. But the fact of the matter is, if people have a grievance, we shouldn't just say, well, that's not important at this point. If they believe it is, and the government has to deal with it in the appropriate way, Mr. Speaker. And I don't want to get sidetracked with this because I find it interesting coming from a labor leader. And I certainly am not going to sit here today in a virtual session of Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
It's not a point of order. Take point of order.
Let me say this here to you, Mr. Dunkley. Labor leaders are not subject to certain language or words they can use or feelings. we deal with common sense and principle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's not a point of order. That's an opinion, Mr. Speaker, and you know, I accept his opinion, but it's not a point of order.
Let's accept and let's move forward.
Yeah, I accept his opinion, but it's not a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I am not going to sit here in this debate today and criticize the police service or any emergency services who work through the lockdown tirelessly to serve the community, put themselves at risk to serve the community. In the beginning of the pandemic, we're subject to the fear of the unknown, of not knowing how this COVID-19 would spread. Worked day and night to serve us. Some got injured in serving us, drastically injured, as we saw earlier this week, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not here to criticize the police service, the Bermuda Regiment, any of our healthcare providers. We need their service, and they've done a good job. We're here today to debate this Employment Act 2020, Mr. Speaker. And as I start my comments on it, I think we need to never forget that we have two primary concerns in dealing with this. We have the health pain and we have the economic pain. The health pain, Mr. Speaker, we've done a commendable job to date of pushing it back, of dealing with COVID-19, of containing its spread, and now almost to the verge of eliminating it. But we lost brothers and sisters along the way, unfortunately. But that health pain could still potentially be there for people, because if we are not vigilant, if we don't wear our masks, if we don't social distance, if we don't practice good hygiene, if we don't take personal responsibility, that health pain could come back. So while in the beginning we really struggled with the unknown of this virus, and now we seem to contain this health pain, we can't rest on our laurels, because we've seen it flare up in other countries around the world in various serious situations to this day as I speak, Mr. Speaker. So we have the health pain, which has impacted all of us in the community because it put 10,000 people in a layoff position. 10,000 people in a layoff position. And now, Mr. Speaker, while we still have the remnants of the health pain, which could flare up again, we have an economic pain. And I speak today, Mr. Speaker, not being critical. Some government members might consider it critical, but I'm not being critical. I am being a realist here. We have economic pain, which at this point in time, while we take measures to try to alleviate that pain, to try to protect Bermudans, to try to protect jobs, to try to give people hope moving forward, the economic pain is just starting. And why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? I say that because the prognosis for the next 9 or 10 months, until we get to perhaps April of next year, is looking bleak. That's a reality. Even some government members have said that. I think in a statement earlier today, one government minister referred to 10 months, Mr. Speaker. And so we have an economic pain that is just commencing. And so we are going to have to take a lot of steps to protect jobs, to help our people. The government sector, the private sector, all our people. And Mr. Speaker, the private sector are hurting more now than the government sector. Because as the deputy speaker said before me, the deputy speaker said that the private sector has been fully employed, even when they were working from home or unable to work. But the private sector from day one has taken the pain and continued to take the pain. And what does that mean through our community? It means through our community that people are living in fear of the unknown, because now we have a better understanding how we can push COVID back by doing simple things like wearing our mask and things I've already mentioned. People still now are living in the fear of what happens next in our community. When can I get back to work? How is my place of employment going to be able to cope over the next 9 or 10 months? Are people going to want to come back to Bermuda? Is it going to be sufficient enough to drive the business in our hotels, in our restaurants, taxi drivers, with the transportation industry? We already know cruise ships probably not coming back this year because they've been pushed back to October and November, and then our season goes quiet because we're in the North Atlantic and it's not conducive to calm traveling across the ocean to get here. So people now are living in fear of the unknown of what happens with the economy. They're living in concern of where we go. And Mr. Speaker, I understand the challenges that government's going through. There's no sure fix. But we need to consider every option we can to help us get over this hump. We need to have these constructive debates where we can go forward and come up with solutions, because what we're doing here today with the Employment Act, while we support this just says to me, Mr. Speaker, what next? Says what next? Because it's not going to get us until April of next year. There's no way it's going to get us until April of next year. And when the government says that no one's taking a pay cut, they're playing smoke and mirrors, Mr. Speaker. We've alleviated the payment of pensions for the next year, Mr. Speaker. That's how we've done it. Now, that's a reasonable way to do it. The opposition has supported that. But we're using pension
Point of
money
order,
now.
Mr. Speaker.
We're
Point of
using
order, Mr.
pension money
Speaker.
now.
Point
And what
of order,
happens later,
Mr.
Mr.
Speaker.
Speaker?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on, there's a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. This member is misleading the House. The use of the term "the government is playing smoke and mirrors" has a negative connotation. And you, on the last time you met, you chastised the member that used it at that time, the terminology "smoke and mirrors." It is not appropriate language to be using with reference to a plan to make austerity cuts for the benefit of the people of Bermuda. To use the term as "smoke and mirrors," Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate.
Thank you, member. Minister, member, just be mindful of the fact that, and in your same comments, you did say that you agree with the efforts that the government is making to try and get us through this economic crunch. So if you're in agreement with, you can't be calling it smoke and mirrors and be negative about it.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Everyone's got to share in this lunch of trying to get us through this.
I agree, Mr. Speaker, but you mentioned two separate things. What I talked about when I use smoke and mirrors, and I won't use that if it's offensive to the member. I don't think it is offensive to the member. Those words are not derogatory, but the government says all the time, no one is taking a pay cut. Well, if no one's taking a pay cut, how are we saving money to move us forward? We're kicking the can down the road because we're using the pension. And if that's the way they want to go, well, then that's fine. But remember, somebody's going to have to pay later on down the road. Somebody's going to have to pay later on down the road. That's the reality that we face, Mr. Speaker. So I will not allow government to use language that casts it in a different way, because no one's taking a pay cut. They're just not paying into pensions. And some people will have to make it up. And we know people are grieved about this, because I've seen tapes, videos going around of people in meetings talking about their pensions and what might happen to them and their family and their children. So I get that. Fact is, Mr. Speaker, this act here today, the Employment Act, pushes the can down the road, or is just a triage bandage. And here's why, Mr. Speaker. Because having said that it's going to be 9 or 10 months more until we see improvement, there might be small improvement over the coming months. But I can't see where it's going to be significant improvement, because our flight schedule is still rather thin coming in. It might pick up. Our biggest trading partner, where all our flights come from, is right in the middle of the pandemic, maybe even the second wave. So we have to be very cautious about accepting visitors in. Bermudians are still very concerned. Some Bermudians are still very concerned about the airport opening up, and I understand that. But, Mr. Speaker, I also understand we have to open up, and we can open up safely. But, Mr. Speaker, bearing in mind that we've all, next 9 or 10 months are going to be very tough. And if anybody disagrees, I take a point of order with that. This deferment for the months of April, May, and June, push the can down the road, or are just a triage bandage? Because what happens at the end of October, Mr. Speaker? What happens at the end of October, Mr. Speaker, when we get to the month of November, when traditionally our hotels start really pulling back? And we don't know if what's going to be the case this year, because we'll probably have less business than in a normal year, so the pullback could be even more. So what happens in November, December, January, February, the real bleak months of the winter? What happens to the taxi drivers? What happens to people in transportation? What happens to the hospitality workers? What happens to the hotel workers? And, Mr. Speaker, we should not forget that every Bermudian business, bar a small handful, are directly impacted by COVID-19 in a serious way. So all of those businesses are going to struggle. So doing what we're doing here today, Mr. Speaker, we support it. But in my view, we're going to have to come back in a couple of months' time and do something else. And so I ask the government now, we support these initiatives. We support the unemployment benefit. When government said it was put together in 6 or 7 hours, we weren't overly critical about that because we knew something had to be done. But Mr. Speaker, now we've caught our breath. We understand. We understand what COVID-19 is. We understand how we can, instead of waiting for COVID-19 to come after us and figure it out, we understand how we can go back and push back to COVID-19 and deal with it. We understand now how we can protect our vulnerable. We understand how we can protect our seniors. We understand how we can run a hospital. We understand how we as Bermudians can protect ourselves. We also understand how we can move about the community more. And government's done a reasonable job with all of that and pushing people in the right direction. And we in the opposition have supported that. But Mr. Speaker, now we have to understand the gravity of the economic crisis that we face. And that the government needs to say, okay, well, here's our next plan. You know, the economic committee that was put forward to discuss this with some fanfare, we've heard very little about it. And I understand that because they're grappling with a serious situation. And it's probably a real hard challenge for them to find common ground to move forward, Mr. Speaker. So today we'll support the Employment Act, but what happens in October? What happens in November? Because right now, while people are going back to work, and people will trickle back to work, the trickle's going to stop. And so what happens when the unemployment benefit ends at the end of this month? What happens when hotels don't open up like many people in the community expect them to open up because they know it's not going to be viable for them to do it? What's a taxi driver do? TCD is looking for taxi drivers to renew their licenses now. What happens then? What happens to all the people involved in the transportation and the minibuses? What happens to the hotels, the restaurants that they're going to try to open up, and Bermudians are going to be reticent about going out? One, because they're still concerned about health crisis, and two, they don't have the money to spend. Yes, we've allowed people to tap into their pensions, to save, to help them get through, to pay their bills, to keep a roof over their head, take care of their families, Mr. Speaker. And I don't look at that. The government said this is a stimulus to the economy. I don't like that terminology. I won't say what I said earlier about it, but it's not good terminology. Allowing that is to keep Bermudians from really struggling more than they are nowadays. It's allowing them to have some decency in life, to buy some groceries, to do some of the things they have to do in life. It's not a stimulus. It's to live, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not being critical. I'm saying it again. I'm being real. And I'm not being negative because I do have hope. I know we can get through this situation, but we need to stop looking at these temporary fixes and look at something that will get us to next spring. Look at something that will get us into April and May, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to come back and amend this legislation because it just pushes it down the road. It's a triage bandage. So I'm asking the government here today, while we support this, what is the plan? What is the plan? How are we going to get Bermudians through? We've asked a number of times about the unemployment benefit, and the minister, while I'm sure they're discussing it, says, well, we'll let you know when times come. Well, but don't you think that the thousands of Bermudians, Mr. Speaker, who are getting the benefit now want to know? Because they've only got 1 or 2 payments left. They're thinking, what next? What next? Because thousands of them not going back to the job. So everyone in Bermuda is struggling. And these things, while they help, while people appreciate them, we need to start looking at the bigger picture because this thing is not going anywhere for a while. And as leaders in the community, and I behoove the government, let's look at this to get us to March and April. And we'll all be better off because people have had enough of uncertainty. People have been locked down. They've come out of the lockdown. Many people depressed about things. Their livelihood's been taken away from them. Their movement's been taken away from them. They've been stuck with family for longer periods of time than they used to. So we've seen a rise in domestic violence. We've seen behaviors change because of that, Mr. Speaker. If we could show we're going to get through this, and here's a long-term plan, I think people would have some comfort. Now, Mr. Speaker, I haven't said this publicly, I don't think yet, but in January of 2020, to me, one of the biggest challenges we faced in Bermuda was the size of our debt and the continued government deficit. That's not our biggest challenge right now, Mr. Speaker. Our biggest challenge right now is making sure that Bermudians can see a better 2021. And we need to have a plan. And if the deficit this year is going to be 275 million or 350 million, I support the government doing it as long as we spend that money to help our people, Mr. Speaker. Hurting. And I would expect every government member to rally today and show what that plan is going to be. Give us some specifics. The opposition leader sits down with the premier every week. We're willing to talk and get this through. But we can't wait. Oh, well, we don't know what's going to happen with the benefit when it ends in a couple of weeks' time. We haven't decided yet. We'll tell you. We'll tell you when we're ready to tell you, Mr. Speaker. That's not good enough. People are struggling, and each one of us is hit up every day, Mr. Speaker, with this struggle. People call us all. So we all know how real it is. It's not just Michael Dunkley talking here. All 36 members of parliament are getting the same challenge, Mr. Speaker. And so let's put some more meat on the bone of this plan. And let's stop these triage fixes, which we support 100%. We need to bring some comfort to our people, or we'll continue to see our people really upset about the way things are going. We need to show them there's hope at the end of the tunnel by the actions we do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker, Scott Bierman.
Yes. Yes, Barry, you have the floor. Barry? Yes? I heard two voices. I think it was a voice before yours there, but I think Speaker Pete Pearman. I think that'd be Pearman. They chimed in first.
I'm in your hands, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to start.
Okay.
And MP Weeks can go if he wishes.
MP Weeks?
Is that MP Weeks? Is that MP Weeks?
Yeah. Okay.
That's it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker,
Okay,
I'd like to start off by saying, Mr. Speaker, that I commend our... Oh, yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to start off, Mr. Speaker, by commending our Labor Minister for bringing this amendment so swiftly, and by extension, our government, who are continually working hard and diligently and courageously, Mr. Speaker, in making sure that we answer the call of our people. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, we haven't got naysayers, and think that we should do more. But we as a government, our cabinet is doing an excellent job, and I take my hat off to the Premier and his team. Mr. Speaker, I also wholeheartedly agree with our deputy. That we all must be in this thing together, Mr. Speaker. And those, unfortunately, that don't want to take part or be a part of it, and they are not necessarily not necessarily from here, now that our airport's open, then they could take that option. But Mr. Speaker, this is really some unprecedented times, and as I have been working on the front line at a helping agency, feeding many of those that have been affected by COVID-19, this amendment, this initiative by our Labor Minister is going to give a lot of people solace, Mr. Speaker. We know there's more to be done, but when you get up there on their front line and hear people talking who are hungry, most of them want to get back to work, Mr. Speaker. Most of them want to take care of themselves. So when they hear of this kind of initiative, it could take out some of the fear that they're experiencing, Mr. Speaker. Fear of never being able to get back to work, fear of being made redundant, fear of some of them fear of the age that they are. If they are made redundant, they will not be able to get another job. So that's not keep preaching doom and gloom by those that feel more comfortable doing that. We know we've got a task ahead of us. Take my hat off to the Labor Minister.
for his courageous stance, Mr. Speaker. And if, as we go forward, I know that many of those that this is going to affect are going to be grateful. Just as grateful, Mr. Speaker, as the unemployment benefit that our government put in place. Then you hear these residents of ours, I shouldn't say these, our residents. Then you're on the front line feeding them and filling their bags. How grateful they are for the things that this government is doing or attempting to do. It was nothing that was planned, but they have risen to the occasion. So, Mr. Speaker, as I take my seat again, I say, well done, Minister, and you have our support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Weeks. MP Fairmont, you still want to speak at this point?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm just turning on my video for you.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's helpful just to give a little bit of context to what's actually being done today in the House, what we're actually doing. Most of those in the chamber will be aware that we are amending the Employment Act 2000. The Employment Act 2000 is the primary piece of law in Bermuda dictating the relationship between employers and employees. And it's a funny act. It's not really the best worded act. There's a lot of difficulty with it. People have difficulty interpreting it. There's been lots of arguments over it, what it means, what it doesn't say, what it should say. And our former Chief Justice, Ian Cavely, gave a decision in Mitchell where he tried to trace back the origins of the act and figure out, where it came from and how it got to be where it was. And no doubt MP Famous may appreciate that it came from the CARICOM Model Harmonization Act. So it is a gift to Bermuda from CARICOM. And before that, Cavely, the Chief Justice, traced it back to the International Labor Organization. It does what it says on the tin. It talks about employment in Bermuda. And what we're looking at today is a little section tucked away in the back called Section 32. And before COVID, nobody really paid attention to Section 32. And the reason for that is Section 32 was really directed at seasonal workers, but seasonal workers in jurisdictions to the south of us, where when there was the low season, workers, say in hotels or otherwise, would just take a series of months off. And it was in the interest of the employers in ensuring that when these downtimes occurred, they would get their hotel workers back. And it was in the interest of the employees, that they knew that even though they were having some downtime, this layoff, they would have a job at the end of it. And in order to make sure there wasn't any funny business, at the end of the layoff period, here in Bermuda, it's a 4-month layoff period. At the end of the layoff period, if the employer doesn't bring the employee back to work, then there is severance pay payable. The job terminates and the employee receives severance pay. So it's a balance. The section was intended as a balance to allow employers some space to breathe during the downtime, during the seasonal break, to allow employees to know if they wanted it, there would still be a job there come the high season return, and also to allow employees, if the job came to an end, to get the proper protection of a severance pay. So Section 32 is really a section intended to protect those workers' rights. At the same time, the employer gets benefit. And that's interesting to note because our premier 2 days ago made the statement that we're not going to use this pandemic to relax protections on workers. Now, I leave it to you to decide whether or not this change is a relaxation of a protection for a worker. Most people see this change to Section 32 as being a quote-unquote pro-business change, as being something that the Chamber of Commerce called for and is being brought in. it seems to me personally, it's more of a balance. I see benefits to both sides. So what are we actually doing? What we're doing is we're saying that that 4-month layoff period, and pausing for a minute, the word layoff can be a bit confusing because when we talk about layoffs, if we're sitting around the pub or the bar and we say so-and-so got laid off, you usually think of that as meaning they've lost their job altogether. But that's not what layoff means in this context. Layoff in this context is more like what we think here in Bermuda as a furlough. It's a temporary cessation. And so what is this act doing? This act, this amendment act, is just changing Section 32 of the Primary Employment Act of the law as it is in Bermuda. And it's saying, hey, here's a 3-month period, April, May, and June, and we had COVID. So we're not going to count April, May, and June as months that relate to Section 32. They won't count at all. So if you're an employee and you were laid off in March or April, May, June, etc., the protections in Section 32 are not going to kick in for you. They will only commence on the 1st of July and onwards for a 4-month period. Now, that's a good thing for businesses because as the Honorable Deputy Speaker mentioned, I think it was him, that companies might not have to shut down by reason of the cost of these payments. And it's a mixed blessing for employees. On the one hand, it's positive for employees because it gives another 4 months where employers might be able to continue to employ them. On the other hand, it is certainly a relaxation of a protection to them because were it not for this amendment, come the 1st of August, they would gain severance pay. They now will not gain severance pay. So I think it's important to be straight about what this is doing and not try to spin it and just let's recognize what it's doing. So yes, it is a relaxation of a protection for workers, but it's a relaxation of a protection for workers that might be for their benefit. Let me also just say that this is a bit of a missed opportunity for the government. We absolutely support this amendment, but it's a shame that when you came to look at Section 32, you didn't take the opportunity to do a bit more with it because it is a badly worded section. It makes clear that there is a layoff period of 4 months, but it doesn't say one thing about what's payable during those 4 months. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't say salary is payable, doesn't say salary isn't payable. It doesn't talk about benefits, doesn't talk about health insurance, pensions, payroll tax, social insurance. And so there's a big question mark out there right now for lawyers, for people, for businesses, for employees. Well, what does this section mean? And when you grapple with it, unfortunately, you have to say, well, we don't really know because it's not very clear, because it's not very good law. And that's unfortunate because there was an opportunity here when making this amendment to fix the section and to make very clear what a layoff means. Does a layoff mean a temporary suspension from work where no pay is payable and no benefits are payable? Does it mean no pay is payable, but you still have to continue benefits? Many, many employers on our island, quite rightly and properly, sought to continue to pay health insurance during COVID layoffs. And that was the right thing to do. They probably weren't legally obliged to do it because it doesn't say anything about that in Section 32. And they should be commended that at this difficult time, they maintained health insurance for their workers. But it is a shame. It's a missed opportunity, as I say, because all that was necessary is to consider and define what a layoff meant so that we all know, well, it doesn't mean you pay, but you still get certain benefits, or you don't get certain benefits. But at least we know. And unfortunately, as we haven't clarified it, I fear that there will be some litigation after this, and we'll have to wait and see what the courts say about it. Mr. Speaker, one of the speakers earlier today, the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the House, Derek Burgess, made 2 observations in his speech that I can't go and leave unresponded to. He started to stray off the topic of what we're focusing on today and got into the notion of pay cuts. And he said that this government is remarkable, that was his word, because they're going to give a pay cut without anything less going home in someone's take-home salary. And then he said, and this is a quote too, we've done new and innovative things. Well, what the innovative thing is you're having a pay cut. It's just a pay cut from your pension. It may not hit you now in your take-home pay, but your pension is going down because of it. So we're kicking the can down the road. We're not dealing with the here and now. So if that's innovative, it's innovative. Is it good for people? I respectfully don't think so. The second thing the honorable member, the honorable deputy speaker said, is that government doesn't print money. And I agree with him. Government doesn't print money. But then he went on to say, governments earn our money through foreign exchange. Well, I would respectfully disagree with the honorable member. Governments don't have money. Governments are given the people's money, and they are given the people's money to spend wisely. There aren't concepts of government money. It isn't government's money. It's always the people's money. Mr. Speaker, let me finish with a practical point, if I may. And I just make it because it was a little odd to me when I looked at this. I was expecting to see a longer period of carve-out than the 1st of April to the 30th of June. Now, the government has decided to give a 3-month carve-out. Now, that is fine. Obviously, that's for the government to decide, and we support the bill. But I just would issue this word of warning. There were some in Bermuda who, because of their concern over the health issues of COVID, access of the public or otherwise, actually started to lay off workers prior to the 1st of April. There were layoffs occurring in March. Likewise, this amendment only goes to the 30th of June. So if your worker is still sitting at home for the last 3 days, this act doesn't apply to you anymore. And I just highlight that because if you are an employer in Bermuda or an employee in Bermuda, you do need to look at what the situation was in March and what the situation is in July so that you don't get tripped up by thinking that this bill obviates any need to deal with the layoff situation. Any portion of March where there was a layoff or any portion of July or onwards where there's a layoff will now come back within the provisions of Section 32. And therefore, they will count towards the 4-month period in Section 32. And I think that's an important point about which people should be aware so that we don't get any surprised employers or disgruntled employees. Just as a high-level conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we do support this. It is a sensible change. It is good to see the government listening to the Chamber of Commerce on this. And this is something that the opposition can and does support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there any other honorable member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I see honorable member Mean. I see you in the camera here, but I hear 2 voices. Would you like to go right now, honorable member? Mean?
Sure, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. You have the floor.
Surely. Mr. Speaker and listening audience, I'm pleased to have this piece of legislation in front of me today. I think I spoke about it earlier, Mr. Speaker, when we are in extraordinary times. And so I'm hopeful that my colleagues who, I was going to say sit across from me, are receiving what it is, because I spoke earlier and I said that we shouldn't be surprised to have legislation that comes before us that is, in some cases, extraordinary, being done differently because of these times and the pandemic that we're living in. We have people, Mr. Speaker, who are suffering right now. And the minister, in his brief, he tell you that we have 9,800 employees who have been laid off. Now, to appreciate that number, and I think I've heard it, someone said it's like almost like looking at the amount of people that go down to cut match and imagining that all those persons don't have a job to go to and have no form of income. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we are well beyond doing things on a normal basis. We have an extraordinary situation, Mr. Speaker, and we, as a government, have to stand up, rise up to that occasion. The Employment Act is one of probably one piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, that I have enjoyed over the years in reading. And I will say this here, that when you go back and you look at the history of the Employment Act, which is of 2000 at that time, which came under the first PLP administration, it was the history of it was minimum standards of employment. Because at that time, for a country that so developed, we didn't actually have minimum standards of employment. And so that PLP government at that time came up with these minimum standards of employment, and that's how you had the Employment Act of 2000. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleagues speaking on this, and in principle, I'm happy to see that the opposition are supportive of the emerging legislative changes that this government has had to do to deal with a global pandemic. But I also heard my colleague that spoke before me when he was making reference to Section 32, and his exact words were, "It's badly worded." And I just want to say this here because it has been one of my pet peeves even from my time in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, even as an MP. This legislation, meaning the Employment Act, the first change that you saw to the Employment Act of 2000 was under the second PLP administration. And so we're talking almost, it was not quite 20 years because we're now at 2020, but it may have been 18 years or 19 years before this legislation was touched. And so I can take it that my colleague feels that that particular section is barely worded, but there were opportunities for previous administrations to touch this legislation as well. And I am hopeful that we as a government even take this legislation up and do more to it, make it more robust, make it more evolving, and even dynamic for the times that we're living in. Because this piece of legislation, in terms of the Employment Act, Mr. Speaker, is huge. There's so many pieces in it that actually provide protections for our workers. And my personal view on it, Mr. Speaker, is that it's what I call a work in progress legislation. It should always be changing. We should always be adding to it. We would always be looking at it, because as markets change, trends change, jobs, all of that, then the piece of legislation that's attached to our employment should be changing as well. So I do want to say that the minister, when he spoke, he talked about protecting employers and employees. And I think that is what this change sought to do. It's not a major piece, like we're not looking at hundreds of pages or anything like that, Mr. Speaker. We're looking at 2 pages. But the protections that the minister spoke about, that's also, to me, what's expected of this government. We're a Labour government, and we would be looking to protect employees and employers, Mr. Speaker. I know that a lot of the things that we've done since coming into this pandemic, there are people who have appreciated it. It's no way we would not mention the unemployment benefit payments, because to someone who has zero income, knowing that they can have a paycheck, whether it be large, small, or whatever, coming in on a weekly basis on the Bermuda government, you know what that would mean? Like if you have zero and you may now have $500, it may not be the panacea and pay every single thing that you got going on, but it gives you something at least to put food on the table and maybe pay some other bills, Mr. Speaker. So I can understand that some people think that we should be doing more and maybe come up with these vast plans and stuff like that. But one thing I will say is that there is no manual. There was no manual. There is no manual on how to navigate through a global pandemic. And I think that as a government, we are doing the best we can. And we'd be foolhardy if we didn't think that at times we may make a mistake. But Mr. Speaker, as long as our decisions are in the best interest of our people, and the legislation that we bring here is in the best interest of Bermuda and her people again, I think that even from an opposition perspective, you have to admit that we are doing a good job. So, Mr. Speaker, my comments are not even going to be long on this. This is, again, necessary legislation, Mr. Speaker, that provides relief, assistance, and to reduce some of the stress that we have out there. I thank the minister and his team for bringing it, and I just hope that as we move forward, we see more necessary changes that can come to the Employment Act, and that as we navigate this pandemic, we're reminded that we can put aside our politics sometimes for the best interests of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other Honorable Member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker, MP Tanae Furbert.
MP Furbert, yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to chime in on this topic because I've had many constituents reach out to me in regards to this, and the minister would know that I've sent him emails about it, because I guess people just want clarity in regards to their employment status. And often when we are thinking about legislation or looking at legislation, we have to consider whether or not the legislation is good for Bermuda, whether or not it's good for Bermudians. And guess what, Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation also applies to our guest workers as well. So it's a good piece of legislation, the Employment Amendment Act of 2020. It's a good piece of legislation in which this government has tried to find balance for, because look, we all know it's hard times. It is hard times economically and health-wise, globally, all over the world. And like my previous colleague said, there is no handbook for this. We have never, ever been through COVID-19 before. And we all hope and pray that the measures that we've had to put in place are temporary ones. The previous colleague also mentioned that, these are it's temporary legislation. We would like to see something long-term. Yes, we would like to see something long-term, but we also must take baby steps because, we know that COVID-19 was unprecedented. We don't know. Everybody's up in arms in regards to the uncertainty of it all. Things may get better. Things may not get better. But this is a government that's willing to work with its people. This came out through the Bermuda Chamber of Commerce and probably other businesses due to the concern of having to pay redundancy pay. And so we are a government that listens. We've brought legislation today to try to address this. Now come October, and we have to look at this again. I am sure we will look at this again to try to help our people. We know that the loss of a job creates much trauma in people's lives, not having access to income, which is why we have taken steps, Mr. Speaker. We talked about what's next. We have, as a government, we have taken steps to alleviate pension, right? To try to save us money, to give the businesses the opportunity to not pay social insurance, to not pay into pensions. We've opened up our pension benefits for our people. We've supplied unemployment benefits, and we're actually looking to extend the unemployment benefit. And should there be a need for us to look at that further, we are committed to look at that further. So we are a government we're thinking about our people. There are many countries out there, Mr. Speaker, who are not in a predicament to be able to offer such things to their people. And so we should be very grateful that we have these great people, our teams who are coming up with these ideas to be able to alleviate some of the stress and the burden that is caused on our people during this difficult time of COVID-19. I was listening intently to everyone, and particularly MP Pierman, when he spoke about a little bit of the history of how the change that we're making today, how it had come into effect. And I remember as a young girl, my mom used to work for the hotel, and she used to come home and tell us how she had been laid off. And we always understood laid off to mean that it was temporary, it was seasonal. The hotel was lower, and so she had to be laid off for a period of time. But it meant that it was temporary and that she was going to go back to work. And that's, I'm sure, what this legislation was intended to do, was to provide a medium, a security for our workers, with the term of laid off. I'd be curious to know if laid off is a global term that we use. But laid off was a temporary term, because I always knew mom was going to go back. She was a good worker, go work in the hotel, and she was going to go back to work once the season picked back up. Member Pearman also mentioned, that we should have taken the opportunity to make other changes. And we, as a government, have made many, many changes to lots of our legislation as it relates to COVID-19. All sorts of legislation has been changed already to try to meet some of our people's needs as it relates to COVID-19. So we're not opposed. Actually, we're actually going to be looking at the Employment Act a little bit more in hopes to make further amendments. Member Renee Means spoke about how this particular act brings passion to her, and she's quite involved in it. And I would like to just add myself to that, because we also know, we've also previously put forth changes that we feel should be included in this particular act. This is a very important act for us as a Labour Party, very important act. And so we know that this is not the last time that we will probably hear about amendments to the Employment Act, but this was a necessary, urgent matter that we had to deal with at this time in trying to create a fair balance for our employers and to create a fair balance for our employees. But what I do want to mention also is that it is my hope that employers do not play with employees, meaning I hope that they come to their employees and they are upfront with information, that they communicate well with them so that they are not left hanging in the air. Because by not communicating as well, Mrs. Speaker, that creates a lot of uncertainty as well. So I plea with employers to be upfront with their employees in whether or not, this is a true layoff or whether or not it's being redundant. Because they're having those conversations. I'm sure businesses are looking at their books and they're trying to figure out whether or not they're going to make it or not. But you must take the opportunity to explain to your employees what those books are looking like. Don't give people false hopes either. Don't have them hanging on to false hopes. Be upfront. People understand it's hard. It's hard. Yes, I'm not denying that. But employers must also be upfront with their employees. The redundancy portion in the Employment Act, I feel also needs some cleaning up, because it leaves employees not secure, in my opinion. For instance, it doesn't sometimes allow for valid reasons why a employee would be made redundant. And sometimes employers make people redundant because, and they don't admit it, but they just don't fit in. Or it's some sort of personality characteristic that is just not working. And so employers will use this piece of legislation to terminate someone. And I still feel like there needs to be so much clarity and support for employees in these types of situations. But we are hopeful, and I hope that our citizens are hopeful that these are temporary times. And I know that our government is working very hard for the protection of our people. Because we hear it all the time. People are not happy with some of the decisions that we make because they're so stringent. But our government has our people's health and this economic crisis at heart. We often hear about, how we're trying to balance this economic crisis and this health crisis. And this is a very real thing. At times, sometimes I don't understand it, Mr. Speaker. But I can only be hopeful. And I'm hoping that my colleagues can continue to give our community hope. Because we are going to be experiencing some very, very hard times going forward. So I'm just, I'm thankful, and I'm thankful that our government has considered the things that they have considered. And again, I just want to reiterate to our people that many countries don't have available to them what our government is making available to its people. COVID-19 testing. I have to reiterate this. We hear visitors trying to come to Bermuda, people returning back saying how difficult it is to get access to COVID-19 testing within the time frame in which we are requesting it. But here we are in Bermuda and we have access. I could just pop down to Shelley Bay Marketplace and go get a COVID-19 test. How grateful I am for that opportunity. So I support this piece of legislation. I'm looking forward to further changes to this legislation, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just hopeful that with this balance that we have tried to create for our employers and our employees, that this change will also be appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other Honorable Member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sounds like MP Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have the floor.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start off with echoing the sentiments of my colleagues that we support this amendment. But, Mr. Speaker, I guess what I want to say is this little carve-out that we're going to do over this 3-month period is something of a stopgap because of all of the issues that are happening presently because of what's happened with COVID and the impact that it's had on our economy. The reality is that there are a lot of businesses in Bermuda that were struggling prior to COVID, and this has put them on the brink. And in many cases, it's already pushed them over. I believe that our country has gone into survival mode. And it's important to understand the relationship between the employees and the employers. So this particular amendment is really trying to help the employers to stay alive a little bit longer, which will allow them to potentially employ their employees in the future. Many employers have been waiting for the opportunity for the economy to open up more. And as we've moved into phase 4, there would be a little bit of hope that they would see some changes and potentially be able to bring their workers back. In some cases, be able to actually just start doing business again. But it's difficult because as you go around Bermuda, you do see more activity, but is it a level of activity that actually allows a business to survive? So it's a balancing act where they're trying to make a decision whether do we open our doors and take the risk that as I bring everybody back, I'll now put myself on the countdown clock. How long
can the business survive under the conditions that are now available? So some companies have already made the decision to close their doors and pay the redundancy pay. But understand, that's not an easy decision. When somebody makes a decision that they're going to start a business and goes through all of the hoops that you have to go through to start a business, that's their blood, sweat, and tears that went into trying to make something happen, and with that, employ a lot of Bermudians. So when that decision is made that they're going to close their doors, that's an extremely difficult decision. The impact on the people of our community, from the employer's perspective and the employee's perspective, we all have to be really understanding of the position that we are in at the moment. The decisions that are being made to carve this portion out is putting a bandage over a problem that is extremely large. Both our citizens in our country and our employers of small to medium-sized businesses, potentially over this 3-month period, have had deferment of their rental, or in some cases, hopefully, they've had a situation where the landlord has actually said, we're not going to charge you rent over this period of time. They've had deferrals of their Belco bills and of their internet and cell phone providers. But we've already started to see that some of those relief benefits have started to change. So now we're going to get cutoffs and shutoffs. So as we're in this position where we're talking about this relief for the last 3 months, which is an important piece, because the anxiety that's been built up by the employers and with the employees not being sure whether the business that they were working for prior to this is going to survive, which is going to mean that they potentially are not going to have the job that they were having to support themselves prior to this. We have to understand that there are a lot of factors that are going on at this very moment as we've moved into July and those bills are starting to come home. And so far, the decisions that have been made are for us to go into our piggy banks. We're making adjustments to our pension, which is for our future. And I understand this is unprecedented times, and we're having to make decisions that no one thought we were going to have to make. But at some point, we're going to have to put some plans in place, or at least discuss some plans on how we're going to stimulate the economy so that we can start to pay back these bills that we're going to be accumulating as a country as we're in this survival mode. Because at some point, we will have borrowed all that we can borrow. And our citizens would have rated their pension as much as they possibly can. And if we don't have a plan of how we are going to be able to get our country back on track, get our citizens back to work, allow businesses to be able to not just survive but thrive, which will mean that they can employ more people and pay them the benefits that everybody has been talking about them getting, then we'll be in the real trouble that we can see in the horizon. We're in that position right now that we know that the storm is coming, and we have that anxiety across our entire country because it's before the storm. We've had the health storm, but the financial one is the one that we're all looking at. And these decisions right now are just hoping that boarding up the windows is enough. But we're going to have a lot more and focus on a real plan on how we're going to stimulate the economy to move forward or the storm that's about to come may have results much worse than what the health problem has been under these COVID times that we've just gone through and potentially will continue to go through. Because for all the things that have happened locally with our health under COVID, and now with the economy under COVID, the return of more COVID cases could really wipe out the businesses that have been holding on and trying to survive. So, yes, we are in agreement with the amendment, but this is just a piece to cover up where we are right now. We are going to have to start to move towards a plan on how we are going to stimulate our economy and move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I just have a very, very
Honorable Member Panther, you have the floor.
I believe that. Thank you, sir. I have a comment to make, and that is on the fact that I believe that colleagues on both sides have expressed the major concerns that that our population is experiencing throughout the practicality of this change in the new norm, change in what has become the new norm. But we've got some specific challenges that have obtained in as much as the Employment Act as it presently exists before today's amendment provided for
And people seem to be losing you in and out.
in some instances.
No, this morning you were very clear. I don't know if they've been affected by the weather this afternoon, but you're coming quite clear this morning.
Probably so, Mr. Speaker. I live in Devonshire, so there's no telling what's happening down here.
I tell you, the rest is the better part of the island, you know.
I think the honourable member famous says to go to the west side of his house.
There you go.
The south side of mine. But let me just say that there's a practical challenge that's been brought to my attention, and that is that in some instances we have employers who looked at the existing act and said that, you know, I've got a 4-month period of time. So they've communicated with their employee to say, I'm not going to bring you back. And now, because this legislation is effectively that will count, now they their 4-month count from July 1, when it is known that the employee is not going to be brought back. So I'm just wondering if the minister can perhaps speak to how this situation can be addressed, if at all. It certainly can't be addressed under the existing legislation, but I think that it's something that has to be considered, because as opposed to expecting a redundancy payment next month, which would be the end of the 4-month period of time, this individual won't be getting, or these individuals who have mentioned, won't be getting a redundancy payment now for not just the 3 months from April to June, but also the period of time when it is, that the 4 months start. So I'm just speaking on behalf of those people who have concerns as to whether, in fact, when they were anticipating next month, that they're not going to be taken back. It's gone beyond the layoff. So it's effectively a 7-month delay, the 3 months plus the 4 months, a 7-month delay before these individuals are able to get redundancy payments when redundancy is actually staring them in the face. So that's just a practical concern that I wanted to, to bring to the attention of the minister. I hadn't, because this information came to me very recently, I didn't have the opportunity to reach out and ask for, his clarification in respect of this particular matter. But I think that when we start to look at problems and challenges that our people have, even though anecdotally it may not necessarily be a broad application, I think that even one person who's hurting is one person too many. And I think that given that we didn't have a whole lot of options in terms of the building up of the economy and giving people optional, other options to find employment, people are finding themselves in very straitened circumstances. And now it's going to be 7 months down the road before these individuals, knowing that they're not going to come back to work, are going to be able to get redundancy. So I'm just wondering whether we could look at this in the context of, if there is an expressed intent that the position will be made redundant, then redundancy must be considered for the entire period for which that person has been off work. It just seems to me to knit together and make eminent good sense to try to, to minimize the financial stress that people have found themselves in. So those are my few comments that I needed to make, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the constituents who have effectively asked for me to bring up their issue. I thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak? Any other honorable member? No other honorable member? Minister?
Mr. Speaker?
Oh. Is that Mr. Swan?
Yes.
Mr. Swan, your minister almost got the opportunity that time. Minister Swan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are indeed sobering times that we have to consider all legislation that comes before this House. I've heard it said on numerous occasions, so I guess it must be one of the mantras that have to come forward today from the opposition, that the plan, the plan, the plan. And the one thing that I can put hand over heart and say about our Progressive Labor Party government here is that we care and we're planning daily to look out for the best interest of the people of Bermuda. Many of my colleagues have reiterated that there is no template available for COVID anywhere in the world. The circumstances that we deal with are unique even to us. In some areas with dealing with this pandemic, be it from a health point of view and even from an economic recovery point of view, there are some areas where we will look to other jurisdictions, and there are some areas where they are looking to us as to how best to move forward. And just as an aside, people like Dr. Karika Weldon and persons like that in that sphere need to be commended for the great work that they've done in this field. We don't know, Mr. Speaker, what the future holds for COVID. And I likened it on many occasions to a design and build of a building where you're not going to tear it down, where you've got to go into the walls and you don't know what you're going to find around the next corner. And that's what COVID is for us right now, Mr. Speaker, economically and from a health perspective. We don't know what tomorrow will bring. We don't know definitely what August or September is going to bring as it relates to a health crisis or indeed the economic challenges that we face. But we do know this much, is that our government has done a sterling job, and we've worked hand in hand together with those opposite to try to do what's best for the people of Bermuda. So with that in mind, that needs to be the plan to hold the course. The plan to know that it's one thing to come here and say, I support, but. And we hear a lot of that. We hear a lot of that type of posture, and we hear a lot of the subliminal messaging that goes along with trying to sow the seeds of doubt in some areas. But let me be crystal clear, Mr. Speaker. This is a moving target, and it remains a moving target, mainly because we have no control over the actions of persons to our south, to our west, to our northwest, to our east. We have no control over what they do. And so we are doing all we can. And we're leaders when it comes to making sure that our people are kept as safe as possible. And we must do even more to ensure that we don't allow people to lower their guard when it comes to the proper practices necessary to make sure that we remain a safe jurisdiction from a health point of view. So it's very rich for persons who, when in government, increase the budget by and increase the debt by $1 billion plus during 4 years to say we need a plan. I have great confidence in our finance minister and our ministers to make the best decisions to take Bermuda forward and to keep the needs of the people of Bermuda front and center. Because I've often heard, you need to put Bermuda first. As we stand right now, we certainly need to put Bermudians first. And we are aiming to do that, respecting the fact that we work with our partners as well, who come here from overseas, who we respect and appreciate. But these are unprecedented times in our country and around the world. And I think sometimes it's a little bit rich to be preaching to those who definitely know how to plan forward in a situation such as ours, to be using the narrative to sow the seeds of doubt in the persons in our community.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, we take your point of order.
Yes, I realize, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable member is probably just wrapping up his speech, but I think it's important to
You may give them a new life to continue on now.
Yeah, no, I think it's important to make it clear that when the honourable member says it sows seeds of doubt to hear but, I believe that every single one of us in this honourable house, Mr. Speaker, is intent on making good law. The fact that on the one side of the aisle, anything that's put down is supported wholeheartedly, and they may have had it bantered backwards and forwards in their caucus. But from our perspective, we are hearing it when we're debating.
That's not a point of order, Mr. Speaker. That's a speech.
We are.
That's a speech.
She's going to wrap up now. You're wrapping up.
Here, Mr. Speaker, and if there is something that we find that could be better or needs to be pointed out, we have an obligation to do so, and we will continue to do so, irrespective of what the other. Thank
you. Thank you for making your point. Continue, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just wrapping up, but I certainly have to
long, but you can continue wrapping up.
I certainly know when persons are trying ever so skillfully to sow the seeds of doubt, and I recognized it, and I pointed it out, and so I encourage the public to listen as well, and I just want to encourage those in leadership making decisions for the good of this country, giving these unprecedented times, to know that it is appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. Does any other honourable member wish to speak? Any other member? No other member? Minister? Ms. Hayward, would you like to take us to wrap up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to the members of both sides of the aisle that has weighed in on this debate and basically supported the legislation. Mr. Speaker, I have already publicly acknowledged that we're in for a rough ride for the next 18 months at minimum. And so, in a time where we need to pull together the betterment of the country, this is no time for political pontification that offers no solutions. Mr. Speaker, I think some members raised some realistic concerns in terms of employees playing with this piece of legislation, this amendment, and further keeping employees on on layoff when they ultimately intend to make employees redundant. And that is why we only cover the COVID period, exclude the COVID period. You may or may not know that what the employers were actually asking for was a 12 months extension. They were also asking that they be allowed not to pay the redundancy payments based on the state of their operations. And we wasn't agreeable to that. And so this is when we try to say this is a balance. It's not the best for either party, but it is the best solution based on the situation that we're currently in at the moment. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot of talk in terms of what's in it for the way forward. But I did announce this morning in this very house that I will be having national tripartite social dialogue, in particular with the hotel industry, to discuss the state of the hotel, items regarding collective agreements, redundancy and layoff, work permits, repatriation of workers, unemployment benefit, and training programs moving forward. And so we recognize that we need to have that frank dialogue with industry, and that is what we will be committed to do over the coming weeks. With those brief comments, Mr. Speaker, and having read the bill entitled Amendment Act 2020 for the second time, I move that the bill now be committed.
Thank you, Minister. We're going to move this to committee, and the deputy speaker will take the chair.
Members, honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Employment Amendment Act 2020. Minister Hayward, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, the bill seeks to amend Section 32 of the Employment Act 2000 back to layoff due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic resulting in the state of emergency in effect in Bermuda during the period of 1st of April 2020 to the 30th of June 2020. Mr. Chairman, I wish to move all three clauses.
Continue, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, Clause 1 is the title. Clause 2 inserts a new Section 4 into Section 32 of the Employment Act 2000 layoff. This provides that references to a period of 4 months after which layoff is deemed to be terminated, to be a termination for redundancy, do not include the period from 1st of April 2020 to the 30th of June 2020. Clause 3 provides that the Act is deemed to have come into effect on the 30th of June 2020.
Thank you, Minister Hayward. Any further speakers? No further speakers? Mr. Hayward, you want to move the clauses?
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1, 2, 3 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 3 be approved. Are there any objections to that? Appear to be none. Approved. The preamble now.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you, Minister Hayward.
Thank you, Deputy. Members, the bill is now being reported to the House. Are there any objections to the bill entitled the Employment Act Amendment 2020 being reported to the House as printed? There are no objections. The House has been reported and the bill has been reported and received in the House. Members, that brings us to a conclusion of the orders on today's order paper. Now we'll do our third readings for the items that were done today. And Ministers, would you like to do your readings now?
Mr. Speaker. Yep, Mr. Speaker. I move the Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to move the bill entitled Companies Ratification of Deferred Returns, Fees, and Taxes Amendment Act 2020 be now read the third time by its title only.
Any objections to that? No objections?
I move that the bill be now. I move that the bill be now read a third time by its title only and passed.
Thank you. Back to you, second.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to move the bill entitled Public Treasury and Administration Payments Amendment Act 2020 be now read the third time by its title only.
Any objections to that? No objections? Continue, Minister.
I move that the bill be now read a third time by its title only and passed.
Any objections? No objections. The bill has been read by its title for the third time and passed. Thank you, Minister. Minister Hayward, would you like to read yours?
Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to move the bill entitled Employment Act Amendment 2020 be now read for the third time by its title only.
Any objections to that? No objections? Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time by its title only and passed.
The bill has been read by its title for the third time with no objections. So it has been received and approved. Thank you, Ministers. And now brings us close of the business for today. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House now adjourn until Friday, July 17th at 10 a.m.
Does any member object to that?
Yes.
No objection. Anyone would like to speak to that?
I would like to speak to that, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I
20 minutes on the clock now, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, sir. Obviously, I do not object to that.
20 minutes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, there are certain fictions that we as Bermudians, that we call ourselves Bermudians, and from a cultural standpoint we are, that we hold dearly to. So while we describe ourselves as Bermudians, nowhere as by way of a legal or constitutional construct in our Constitution, for example, which is the final word on matters to do with our Constitution and the political framework, everything like that, will you find the word Bermudian, and I've said this before. Neither will you find the word citizen, because Bermuda is not an independent nation. We are a colony. And thus, why would there be the word citizen in your constitutional order, which was passed in a parliament thousands of miles from here, I believe in 1967. Apparently, there's another fiction that I have to dispel. Earlier, we heard the comments by the member, Jeananne Atherton, that told us, unbeknownst to myself and probably thousands of Bermudians, that English and Portuguese are our official languages. Now, there may be our common languages, particularly English, with Portuguese in a subsidiary manner being spoken by a significant minority. But certainly we have no official language. But more perniciously was the assertion that by asserting Black Lives Matter, is somehow diminishing whites, Portuguese, and others within the country. No, nothing could be further from the truth. When it comes to the decision by the Honorable Minister, as evidenced today, and it's a decision that was arrived at by way of his Sterling team, which he mentioned, to ensure that we will have Black Lives Mattering in Bermuda, even when it comes to the stories we tell about ourselves, our historical narratives. And it should be no other way. I don't know the age of the member on the other side, but I suspect she is of my generation, Mr. Speaker. And for my generation, we had the reality that at age 6 or 7 or 8, I can remember this as if it was yesterday, we were taught history at Mount St. Agnes, and the first thing I remember being taught was that the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes came into what was then Celtic Britain. I later found out at the invitation of one of the warring Celtic chiefs. And long story short, they then became the dominant groups within Britain, and what would later become the country that we call England, which is still a kingdom. So much so that the Angles, who were the dominant tribe, are the three of these Germanic tribes from what we now would say, I guess, the western, northwestern parts of Germany, went on to have their name become the name of England. What do you think England means? It means land of the Angles. We now become referred to as Anglo-Saxons. But that was what I, as a 6 or 7 or 8-year-old boy in Bermuda, 1963, 4 or 5, learned about our history. So when we talk about what the minister has said today, long overdue, it's not about placing Black history in a superior position. No, we're not going to indulge in the same evils that were perpetrated against us, but we're going to ensure that Black history, so-called, is going to be part of our central narrative. It's going to have a centrality within the context of the Bermuda story. And no one with a straight face can tell me that has been the case up to the present. And there must be some responsibility for that, the lack thereof, up until this point, from many who preceded us. But the buck stops here and now. It's not everything that we need to have on this front, but the minister and his team have done great. And let me just say this here. These measures were agreed to in our caucus, and I hope I get in trouble for revealing this, before there was either a pandemic or before we had the brutal murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, which became the catalyst for a worldwide protest, with its slogan being the very act, Black Lives Matter. You see, Mr. Speaker, we are about, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are about ensuring that these stories become central to our Bermuda story and experience, as I've said, not only for our little Black kids, it's just as important for the little white kids. So we can begin and continue to deconstruct the evil of white supremacy and its impact not only on our generations of Blacks, but generations of whites too. Notwithstanding that we know that the biggest burden of the greatest damage as a consequence of that, as our dearly departed Dr. Eva Hudson always took the opportunity to remind us, was Bermuda's Black community and generations of our fathers and forefathers and grandfathers, and those within what was formerly called the British Empire and throughout its precincts. Yes, Black lives do matter. This government is determined to make that a reality, to address the systemic reality that has impaired and damaged so many within our community. And it has to do that, it must do that, it made a commitment to do that. It is heartening that there are growing numbers of white Bermudians, although it's still to be seen when we come with these hard, concrete measures to address racial inequality, and they are being worked on. Whether a lot of those whites we saw out on the street, arm in arm and hand in hand, are going to be prepared to actually see tangible public policy solutions to address the lack of racial equity and equality in Bermuda. So we'll see. But as we speak right now, not only here, but even more so globally, both in Western Europe and in the USA and Canada, we have seen a level of white support for these principles than not. Mr. Speaker, we need to understand, I hope the member here will accept this and note that I come with the best intentions. Both here in the US, there are two things we have in common. Such that the democracy you see in the US, the democracy such as it may exist in Bermuda, was fashioned, was given birth by the oppressed Africans in America and persons of African descent in Bermuda. It is these groups that forced these colonies and the place we call the United States of America to realize the ideals that it said it held to, but which they denied to people of African descent. And not only in America and Bermuda, we saw this phenomenon, believe me. But I only mention America because the two colonies from the same angles came the Anglo-Saxons, who became the English, who then became the British Empire. It had its beginning, that empire overseas, in Bermuda and the US, in a place called Virginia. We're tied at the hip. So we are not going to feel any way about ensuring that that mission to force the West to live up to its ideals, many of which were fashioned during the period of enlightenment. We're not doing that. This generation, we have a responsibility to our ancestors and to those yet to come to continue to march that road towards democracy and freedom. And we should make no apologies for it. Mr. Speaker, thank God that I had parents who were conscious, who believed in racial justice. So when I went home from that schoolroom, I got the proper narrative, the proper story, both in terms of family, at the personal family level, but in terms of the larger story of our people. And not just our people in Bermuda, but our people throughout the diaspora, particularly in the Caribbean and the US of A. That was what helped me to navigate these issues of identity, of culture. And why this is so vitally necessary for Black and white, our young kids, is that many of them will not be getting that in their homes. Largely because, not in every case, but largely because the parents themselves don't know our story, our history. But we're going to make sure that for those children, Black and white, who don't get this story in their house, the story of oppression and the story of the resistance to racial oppression and how that helped forge Bermuda and make us the democracy, still imperfect that it is today, that they're going to get that in their school, in their schoolhouse. And through that, we can begin to forge one Bermuda. I know Bermudians, we don't, we're very practical people. We are pirates and privateers and smugglers. But I think we're at a point now where we can't allow expediency to continue to be the engine that fuels successive generations and the oppression that they have suffered in this country. I saw a picture earlier, Mr. Speaker, of a good friend of mine. I'm not going to call her name. I might get in trouble. How dare I? But she was out at the Black Lives Matter, one of the locations, and she held a sign and says, Black Lives Matter too in Bermuda, because you've had your neck, I might be paraphrasing a little bit, you've had, your boot, in other words, on the neck of our young men in this generation, in this country for generations, I should say. And I had to marvel at that. Practically, I just saw it today. I didn't see her during that period, during the time of the march and the protest. But she had it as a picture on her WhatsApp. And it says so much. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close with this thought, and it ties into the previous debate, and believe me, I'm not across the line in terms of reflection. We are going through an unprecedented crisis. We know the numbers of over 9,000 who are suffering right now, laid off, unemployed. We know that the vast majority of those are, in terms of the Bermudians, are Black Bermudians. I don't know the exact figures, but you live here long enough, when you start seeing the same thing happen again, over and over again, in terms of racial disparity, I doubt if I'm going to be caught out on this one. And we know that, as I mentioned before, the number of people who are without health insurance is just phenomenal. Pre-pandemic, 5,400 odd persons, pre-pandemic, 2019 numbers, were without health insurance, and roughly 5,000 of those were Black Bermudian, and that figure includes children. We have 46 persons doing life. All of them are Black men, except for, we know the recent case, but I'm saying pre that decision. Over 91% of our inmates are Black Bermudian. Or Black. There are some Black inmates there as well, foreigners, but they're a small minority. But I think you get the point. So we're not here to replicate what happened, what existed before. That certainly wasn't good for 55% of the population, except for a small minority, I might add. We're not here to replicate that. It's sad that we needed this crisis to begin to think about how we can re-engineer our economy and, more importantly, our relation to each other. You see, we're about willing to realize what for others has been a nasty talking point about a one Bermuda. We're going to do the hard work to create that one Bermuda. And many of those who would throw that in our face, they're not going to like the methods, the solutions, the public policies which we know are required to achieve that goal. We've always believed in that. As I said 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I'm winding up. We know that for us to even consider independence, that this has to be a precursor to achieving that, to getting our people ready. There has to be an authentic, one shared sacrifice. I talked about that. I'm not going to go down that road again in terms of the wealthy joining us in this project. But there also must be a commonality. And the stories we tell about ourselves helps to foster that. That's how you create a one Bermuda. It's not about us being superior to anybody else. It's about us being included in ways that has never occurred in this country, but in ways that are long, long overdue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. If no one from the other side.
Anyone, Deputy Speaker?
Yes.
I'll take the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to follow MP Ralph Kabishian. But let me say that, and I must give this lady whom I'm about to call her name, I must congratulate her for signing her name to a letter she wrote to the editor. And I guess the complaint was concerning our Loveland gangs, Colonel Birch and myself. She wrote 25 years later, and they still blame many of our ills on our colonial status. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to, if I can, read an excerpt from a letter to the editor that Dr. Eva Hudson wrote. And she said it's really incredible that she could write, she's not talking about Miss Connell, she's talking about Monica Jones, to write racism is taught, and then go on to point out that it is racism for blacks to characterize white people as evil and white devils, etc. And Dr. Hudson goes on to write another excerpt. She says, why do people want to pretend that the racial disparity between the races does not exist, as if our history never existed? And she says, we will never correct it, what we refuse to acknowledge. Well, I'm sure Ms. Connell writes, based on her experience, I don't think she's ever experienced what black folks had to endure in Bermuda because of the racist policies approved by Government House. Mr. Speaker, when I think about the people that cannot travel freely, Bermudians, white and black, cannot travel freely because of a drug conviction, whether it be a cigarette or split, they call it, or a seed. I would guarantee you that 90% of the people that experience this problem are black. And consequently, that's why over 90% of our prison population is black. Does that mean that white folks don't commit crime? I don't think so. That is the system that is designed in this country. And when you think about if you're going to Supreme Court for a trial, and when it comes to jury selection, a young fellow, Denbrook, wrote a piece in the paper, I think just last week. And he said, and I'm paraphrasing, that the defendant can only object to 3 jurors, while the prosecution, I think they got about 40. So consequently, they get the jury they want. So you'll find a young, let's say black male or black female being tried. It's not uncommon to have 9 white jurors and 3 blacks. Not uncommon. When I think about it,
point of information to my friend, the Deputy Speaker, if he'll take it, Mr. Speaker.
Say that again.
Point of information to the Deputy.
Okay, you'll take your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The prosecution had unlimited challenges, not 4, but unlimited. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cousin Michael. That even makes it worse. Unlimited. So they get the jury they want. And if you, for a black person, it is fighting off the roots. It's almost like, well, it's like Reverend Monk when he went to court with an all-white jury. there's no way that he could have been found not guilty, regardless of the charge. Because when the narrative that a lot of white folks have of black folks is negative. When you read what Terry Tucker and I think it's William S. Sewell, when they write about Tucker's Town, their narrative of black folks is terrible. They should take all the books, if they got any, in the schools, writing history, particularly about Tucker's Town, of Terry Tucker and William S. Sewell, take them out of there, because the narrative of us is negative, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I think about the governors that have been appointed in this country, not one governor, not one of them have come to this country and insisted on any law that is specifically detrimental to black people. Not one. None of them have a history of fighting for black equality. If you look at the history, their actions demonstrate the opposite. Mr. Speaker, their performance in this country is a disgrace to the royal family, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we see of the difference of the way black folks are treated in this country, I can recall reading, and I still have them, but from the bloggers, I'm calling them bloggers because I'm not savvy in that, but these folks wrote some negative comments about the Honorable Dr. Brown and Ottewell Simmons. These comments is not even worth repeating, but they were so brazen that they put their names and their picture. These are white young children. I call them children. They're not children today. I'm sure they're back in Bermuda working in high-paying jobs and so on. But why would they put their names and pictures? Because they felt very confident that nothing will happen to them because of white privilege. And nothing did happen to them. I can assure you that they weren't even investigated by the police, because those type of comments written by black folks of the same age would have been investigated or would have had a visit from the police. And that's why Government House continues to keep their knees on Dr. Brown's neck. And I'm asking to take it off, Mr. Speaker. The Government House have done nothing to address our historical racial injustice. Nothing. I'm calling upon them. They should take the lead to eradicate these injustices, not continue to perpetuate them, Mr. Speaker. One thing I do know that our government, our AG, is looking at some law reforms. And I know one of the items there is about jury selection. And I welcome that. When we can get bloggers and others criticizing the competency of Dr. Weldon, it is shameful what they're doing. A young, intelligent, down-to-earth black woman, young black woman, a lecturer in, I believe it's Oxford University in the UK, And because the tests are coming in negative, that question the competency of Dr. Weldon. If she was a young white woman doing the same thing, I think she would have probably been in the June honors list for Queen's Award. All this nonsense must stop in this country if we are to move forward, Mr. Speaker. The actions of prosecuting and persecuting black folks must end. And government must take the lead to see, because as you see in the United States and other parts of the world, and even in England, there are, in fact, in the FA, when you're broadcasting a game, there are certain terms they cannot use in respect of Black Lives Matter. And they're pulling down monuments of people that really don't have a good history, really are not heroes, but they're displayed all over around this world. We probably had some here. We've got some people named as heroes in this country, and they don't even fit the definition of a hero in this country or anywhere else. These are some of the things that we have to change. And if we're going to have a hero, let's have a real hero like Artie Simmons or a Dr. Ball or a Dr. Gordon. Those are heroes, not some of those that they have on display in Bermuda. Most of those folks that have not sacrificed their life like Artie Simmons has, like Dr. Gordon has, like Dr. Barbara Ball has, like Dame Liz Bonds Evans has. None of them. And they display them every Heritage Day as heroes. They're not heroes in the real sense of the definition of what a hero is. Mr. Speaker, with those comments, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker.
Any other member wish to speak?
MP Tanae Ferbert, Mr. Speaker.
And Ms. Ferbert? MP Ferbert, yes? Ms. Ferbert?
Thank you.
You have the floor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start off by just echoing the sentiments of Deputy Speaker Burgess in regards to Dr. Corita Weldon and comments that were questioning our lab. I just want to say to Dr. Corita Weldon and also all the other doctors that are out there helping during this COVID-19 time, we appreciate you and appreciate you for helping to take care of the people who are unhealthy, bringing them back to wellness and a healthy state. There's a quote by Maya Angelou that says, "I come as one but stand for 10,000." So all those naysayers that are out there in regards to the work that the lab that Dr. Corita Weldon operates, I want you to know that there are many more supporters out there that you have, many more supporters out there than the actual naysayers. So keep continuing to do what you are doing, and hopefully one day you will stand as one of our national heroes in years to come, or not even years, because I would consider her to be a national hero now. So I just wanted to start with that, just to let Dr. Corita Weldon know that we are supportive of her. We have to be supportive of all of our people who are doing great and wondrous things for the betterment of our country. And we must hold a high expectation for each of our people, whether they meet high standards, whether they meet mediocre standards, we must hire.
And Pete, yeah. Are you okay? We sound like we lost you, but you're back now.
I'm back. Okay. So I just wanted to say, I was just saying that we support Dr. Karika Road and many other Bermudians. We have to continue to support them and lift them up and create higher expectations for them so they can continue to do well and do well for the betterment of our country. It is our hope, I'm hoping, that one day Bermuda would be used as an example when we are having to deal with such health crises like we have now. Bermuda would be, that lead in how we've handled such a crisis as COVID-19. So just some encouragement for Dr. Karika Weldon. And, I was just saying that she's a national hero in my eyes. Mr. Speaker, I just want to move on to an article, and this was actually in yesterday's paper, if you allow me to read from. This was the article that the Royal Gazette did on this month's part with Warning. And in this article, she says that, of course, for services, and they are traumatized people. She goes on to say that we need to find ways to bring them in and find ways to make them feel comfortable so that they can say that they need help. So that's very interesting to me, Mr. Speaker. Not interesting that I don't believe it, because I do believe that people are not coming in to get help because partly we probably, I don't know, maybe we're too busy, maybe we don't want to admit that we need help. But going through trauma in itself, sometimes you just want to be alone, you don't want to have to listen to anyone that could possibly help you. There are many services out there, Mr. Speaker. In the article, it makes reference to the Center Against Abuse. It makes references to the Women's Resource Center and the Coalition for the Protection of Children. And I'm sure, I'm hoping our people know that there are many services that we have out there. And just to name a few, we have EAPs that are a part of our employment programs. There's Big Brothers and Sisters, Child and Family Services, Child and Adolescents. We have our private psychologists. We have our school staff, our teachers, our principals, our counselors. We have our sports clubs and our dance schools that create a family of support for our children and our families. And we have families. Now, I know sometimes we feel that our families may not be as supportive to us as we would like. But in the end, it is people who help us to get through trauma. And so if the issue is getting people to come in, I know in these times it's difficult to go out to people because right now we're in COVID-19 and we have to take all sorts of precautions. But we do now have the option for online services, which is actually being covered through insurance companies. We also still have our telephone, which can be used as a source of communication and outreach to people. We have our helping agencies that have done a tremendous job throughout this COVID-19 pandemic. So there is support, and sometimes we just have to say, help me. We have to be brave enough to surrender and brave enough to be vulnerable to get help. And I know sometimes that can be difficult for people. So I just want to uplift our helping agencies that are out there that are assisting persons. Maybe we need more hotlines. We need, we need, maybe people don't want to expose or be vulnerable or show vulnerabilities to other people because they don't want to be judged. So maybe we need more anonymous hotlines so that people can talk to people and they can be advised or guided with some help. I also wanted to touch on, Mrs. Speaker, I'm not going to take up too much time, but I do want to speak to another article that was recent in the newspaper, and this article was contributed by Ms. Danielle Jade Lowe. And this currently, Danielle Jade Lowe is living in the UK. I don't think she would mind me sharing, because she shared publicly that she has a spinal cord injury. And she had to leave Bermuda to be able to reach a level of independence, to be able to go to school. She felt as though she couldn't get that here in Bermuda. Daniela is looking for employment. She has a degree that would put her in the direction of journalism. And also, she's looking to start an accessibility consulting agency, where hopefully she can bring that skill here to Bermuda. I bring this up because it's interesting that we're still in a place where persons with disabilities still feel as though they have to leave our shores and go overseas to be able to get support, to be able to get opportunity, because there's legislation out there that is supportive of them, where they're not going to feel as much injustice or discrimination. And so I just continue to support and urge us to consider legislation that would support persons with disabilities here in Bermuda. As quickly as we have been able to come up with COVID legislation, I think, we talk about injustices. This is still a group that is left out. I also want to make a plea and a call for funding agencies. If there are funding agencies out there that are still giving scholarships, right now Bermuda government is the only source that is providing a scholarship or funding, particularly for students with exceptionalities. And when you have students coming forward who have hopes and dreams to be able to get a college education or further their education, and they cannot qualify for a particular scholarship, which is based on merit, but they still have the drive and they still have the ambition, and they wouldn't even be considered because maybe their grades aren't up to par, but that does not mean that they are still valuable, and that does not mean that they are still not smart. So it is a plea of mine that people consider persons with learning challenges, learning disabilities, to be able to provide them with opportunities to be able to further their education, and that it not remain just something that government is providing for. More and more we know about our students who experience ADHD, ADD, learning disabilities such as dyslexia and dyscalculia. And because they're not giving the proper support, they are then going into a workforce in which employers are not supporting them. And so they're finding that they have to leave our country because they can't survive without being employed. And our employers are not being understanding and being helpful by providing modifications, simple modifications or accommodations to allow them to work. And they're just being labeled as someone who's dumb. When really, if we provided them with proper supports, we'll actually find out how capable and smart they are. And I'm making this plea because, particularly, for people and particularly for our males who feel as though they don't have a foot in the door with opportunities. We hear that some boys would say, you know, I'm hands-on. I just like to do things with my hands. It's hard being in a classroom where I'm expected to perform and I can't read. I don't understand what's before me and I can't read, so I just shut down and don't participate because I'm having difficulty with reading. Or I'll be the class clown to make everybody laugh as a distraction, or have or display some sort of behavior in the classroom so that it would help me as an avoidance tactic to get away from my schoolwork. We have so far to go, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to our students with learning disabilities. And there are many, particularly in our school system, who are doing a great and wonderful job. And kudos to them, because I know it can be hard work trying to teach many students with many different types of learning styles and many types of personalities. But if it was easy, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be quite boring. I think teaching and being around people would be quite boring. And the specialness that we have in each and every one of us, which creates our personalities and it creates part of our culture. And so I just ask that, you know, I have a note down here and it says, what are our opportunities? And I believe that people are constantly looking for opportunities and not difficult ones. You know, opportunities create value. They allow people to feel as though they belong without judgment. And so I'm hopeful, I'm very hopeful, Mrs. Speaker, that we will continue along our trajectory of giving people hope, providing our people with opportunity, all in all to make our Bermuda a better place for Bermudians that come in many different shapes, sizes, intellectual abilities. And with that, I'll end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Furbick. Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes?
Sorry, let me take off my blue
That
mask.
sounds like that fella from the east area actually talked to me from the west part of his house.
Can you see me, Mr. Speaker? Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to speak briefly on 4 matters.
Yes.
And I'm in support of my Robin Hood colleague that we must provide support for all people in all shapes, sizes, and intellectual abilities. Mr. Speaker, the first topic I want to speak on is a topic by a gentleman named Cyril Packwood. You remember him, Mr. Speaker? There's a post in the Bermudian magazine. The title is The Origins of African Bermudians by Cyril Packwood. May I read a slight paragraph, Mr. Speaker? It is not possible to write of the origins of the African Bermudians in Bermuda without considering the important impact slavery had on the island's ethnic composition. Whilst the first African Bermudians were not slaves but indentured servants, it was slavery which caused the great influx which ultimately would shape the ethnic population of the island. Taken as a captive, with only the possibility of surviving an unspeakable, miserable voyage to an unknown and threatening destination, classification of the slave as an immigrant is undoubtedly questionable. It is true that many Bermudian slaves did not come directly from Africa, but from an intermediary intermediary destination such as the West Indies. Their ethnic origin, however, was still Africa. I say that in the context that as we are speaking more about the true origin of Black Bermuda, let us keep in context that while for generations they have been trying to tell us that we should have nothing to do with the West Indies or the Caribbean, as they say now, that is where 99% of Black Bermudians, whether you came before or after emancipation, came from the West Indies. Mr. Speaker, let me move on to the next subject. Friendly societies. The friendly societies played a significant part in the history of Bermuda. In the days of racial segregation, they were a focal point for Black Bermudians, as they served as places of social activity and provided forums for members to develop leadership and political skills. May I repeat that, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
The friendly societies served as places of social activity and provided forums for members to develop leadership and political skills. The 19th century saw the beginning of the free Black societies and lodges, such as Young Men's Friendly Institution and other lodges, which had branches in several parishes and filled social needs such as schools, healthcare, supported businesses, and organized gift clubs. I bring that in the context, sir, that whilst we talked about the Employment Act earlier, I'm not going to debate that we need to provide a safety net for our people. But when slavery ended, we had no safety net for our people. We only had each other, and we only had the friendly societies. Out of these friendly societies, Mr. Speaker, we built schools, we built churches, we built communities. And I say that in the context that now that we're facing another economic crisis, we can't sit here and say, well, which charity is going to give us money? Our ancestors who came from the West Indies, who were enslaved, didn't have any charity, white charities helping them. They had each other. That is what we have to do now, Mr. Speaker. We have to help each other. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move on. Now that there's a global consciousness about Black lives do matter, or as Honorable Ralph Commission said, Black lives mattering. There's a consciousness about a word called reparations, Mr. Speaker. You know what that means? Well, that means, I'm going to quote something, Mr. Speaker, from Reuters.com. It is not enough to say sorry, said Hilary Beckles, chairman of the CARICOM Reparations Commission, which was set up by Caribbean countries, our brothers and sisters, to seek reparations from their former colonial powers, such as United Kingdom, France, and Portugal. We are not asking for anything such simply as handing out checks to people on street corners. Beckles told Reuters. The issue of money is secondary, but in this instance, the moral discharge of one's duty does require in a market economy that you contribute towards development. Mr. Speaker, we in Bermuda and our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, we were there because of slavery, plain and simple. Now that there's a reckoning of what Black Lives Matter, we can't sit there and say, well, we're just going to accept Aunt Jemima's name getting changed or Uncle Ben's name getting changed. No. Those that profited off of our labor have to pay one way or the other, Mr. Speaker. So you know what, Mr. Speaker? There's a radio show every Thursday 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. And in 2 weeks, next week, we'll be discussing friendly societies and Mary Prince. Because people have to know the true origins of Cup Match and the true origins of all in Bermudian heroine who helped to mobilize abolition of slavery. 2 weeks from then, on the 23rd of July, Sir Hilary Beckles, chairman of the CARICOM Reparations Commission, will be on that same show. And he'll be helping to educate Bermudians about the drive for CARICOM to get what we deserve. We're not looking for sorries. We're not looking for a little statue coming down. We want what is owed to us. Mr. Speaker, I say that I listen passionately to MP Rolfe. I listen passionately to Deputy Speaker Burgess, aka the Bishop. I listen passionately to MP Tenay. And all of them spoke about things in different manners. MP Tenay talked about access for all. The Bishop, Deputy Speaker, spoke about true heroes. MP Rolfe spoke about Black Lives Mattering. We cannot just let this be a window in our time, Mr. Speaker. We, like our forefathers in the friendly societies, have to make something matter out of all of this. We have to re-educate ourselves about our origins. We have to re-educate our children about their origins and know our origins did not start with slavery. We have to re-educate Europe and the United Kingdom that's sending a black woman down here that no, we're not bowing down to appeasement. You can't just send a black woman down here and think the natives are just going to be calm now. No, we want what belongs to us. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be speaking more about this as the weeks and months go by. Mr. Speaker, and on this note, a few weeks ago, I was challenged to do push-up challenges. First, I didn't want to do it because I'm like, why should I do push-up challenges? But then I did it, and then I was able to coerce MP Sylvan Richards to do it as well. 25 push-ups each day. So I upped the game to
you're trying to get ready for your cricket team. They might need help.
Oh yes, you're stealing my punchline. So one day I upped it to 30. Next day he upped it to 35. And it was a little competition going on. But it was friendly competition. But as you know, Mr. Speaker, MP Sylvan Richards and I, we ain't on the same side, and we ain't on the same side politically, and we ain't on the same side Cup Match. But what we are on the same side of is maintaining our health. I say this to every man listening to me, black, white, David's Island, Portuguese, around the world. We as men, we are guilty of neglecting our health. We don't get our checkups. We're too proud to get a prostate check. We eat all sorts of things that we shouldn't eat. Not you, Mr. Speaker, because somehow you stay the same size since you were born. But I'm serious, Mr. Speaker. Us as men, all of us, we need to take a page out of Bishop Burgess' book. Take a page out of MP Michael Scott's book. Take a page even out of Sylvan Richards' book. Even MP Dunkley. We have to stay fit. It makes no sense us up here arguing about this, that, and the other if we're neglecting our own health. If we refuse to go to the doctor or we don't follow up and go to required specialists, we're doing ourselves a disservice, we're doing our children a disservice, we're doing our country a disservice. So I'm going to end on this note, and I'm going to challenge each one of my parliamentary brothers to ask yourself, can you do 25 push-ups? If not, if you cannot do 25 push-ups, you need to start. Start with 5. Start with 10. But I want every one of my parliamentary brothers to get a hold of their health. With that, Mr. Speaker, I wish you good night from the eastern side of Devon, the western side of my house, which is in the eastern side of Devonshire. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Famous. That was a good note to end on, encouraging us all to be more healthy.
Mr. Speaker,
Who else would like to speak at this time?
I'd like to speak from the western side of Devonshire, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have the floor.
I don't have my top match mask on because I'm sitting in my house, so I don't need to have it on. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm with you all the way on this one, and I'm happy to follow. I'm happy to follow the blue and blue guy from just over the hill in Devonshire here, and certainly I want to piggyback a little bit on what he said about taking care of our health before I get into 2 other issues that I want to speak about. Mr. Speaker, it is interesting that in life, often we need shocks to make us pay attention to the reality around us. You know, as we are young, growing up, we feel that we can accomplish anything, we can do anything. We feel we're invincible. You know, we see it now on the roads, the way a lot of our fellow Bermudians drive on the roads. They feel that if they come off a bike, that they can just pop up and run off, get back on the bike, and not going to be injured in any way. But the older we get, the more reality slips into us and makes us understand that, you know, our bodies are not invincible, that we all have issues. We all need to maintain our bodies. We all need to do what we can to keep ourselves in reasonable health. We all need to have annual checkups on a regular basis, especially when you get to be the age of 35. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know, like many colleagues in the House, I was always very active when I was young. You know, I played football, cricket, every sport. In fact, I tell people all the time, I never would have got through school if they didn't have sports, because my parents always told me that if you don't do your schoolwork, you're not going to play your sports. So that made me really knuckle down and commit to doing the schoolwork so I could go play sports and do the, you know, inter-school sports, or, you know, play football and cricket down one end of the island to the other. But I certainly had a shock when I was younger, because my father died at the relatively young age of 40. And our family, my brother and 2 sisters, we were all still young children at the time. And I saw my father as a solid rock. I saw him as physically fit. He exercised. He played a lot of sports, but he smoked, Mr. Speaker. And his cigarettes actually contributed to his death by having a stroke. And from that time on, I got that most unfortunate sharp shock that, you know, nobody is invincible. And when my hero was taken from me at the young age, I knuckled down more to say, in the first instance, I want to stay in shape. Second instance, I want to live longer than he did. And in the third instance, I want to live longer than my grandfather, who died at 62. So far, so good, because I just turned 62 the other day and I'm still going. But, you know, MP Famous talks about challenging each other to stay fit, to keep your body in good shape. We do need to have challenges, because life can be mundane at times. For example, you know, when we were locked down for the whole period of time, you know, many people got into bad habits. We couldn't exercise like we wanted to. And that was an unfortunate opportunity where people's health suffered a little bit. And so now it's great to see people challenging people, other men challenging men with the 25 push-up challenge and things like that. And I hope that we can continue to do it, because health is an everyday thing that we should do. You know, at least 5 days a week, we should do some exercise. And if we do that, I think we'll find that our lives will be more productive, more fruitful, and certainly we can help in our own way reduce our healthcare costs, which are quite expensive if we have a number of issues to deal with. So I applaud the honorable member for bringing up those comments. And, you know, trying to stay healthy is a lifetime experience you must have to do, and you must commit to it every day. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me speak for a few moments on the social media posts which the Premier alluded to last night during the press conference and colleagues have alluded to today during the motion to adjourn. I have not seen the post, so I don't know what the Premier or colleagues are referring to, but I was quite surprised last night to turn into the press conference and hear such a vehement support over social media posts that was out there. And Mr. Speaker, let me say right up front in my remarks is that I haven't seen these in any way, but there is no way any individual should attack somebody else personally or on social media. And one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that really aggravates me about social media, and it's an outlet that everyone is on to some extent, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, many other different forms, people are on it. It is a way that many people get on and they post things that totally cross the line. It's one thing to have debate back and forth, to make a post, ask questions, be critical of somebody, but not to be personal. That's no problem with that. You see some good discussions all the time on various social media portals where you have those good discussions. But when people cross the line and get personal or damning with information that is not correct, or post pictures that should not be posted because they relate to injuries of people, we need to say enough's enough, Mr. Speaker. For example, there was a post going around earlier this week in regards to the horrific accident involving the two regiment officers. I think it was on Monday night of this week, showing the damage to the car and things like that. Those type of posts are unacceptable in every way, because clearly those type of posts come on very quickly after an incident or an accident. They come on very quickly before friends and, more importantly, families even know what took place. And those type of posts send the shudder of fear through people who they wonder what's happening to their loved ones. They're unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Posts such as one I saw a couple of weeks ago, right after a road traffic fatality, where there was a post of the individual still there in front of the vehicle before the ambulance had even got there, that was circulated. Those are unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. And we should call people out over that. In fact, now's the time I think we actually enact some legislation to make those type of things against the law, because they make difficult situations, they make horrific situations, they make tragic situations even more unbearable for families and friends who are impacted by it, Mr. Speaker. And so I used the comments tonight about the social media posts, which I didn't see, to reflect on people crossing the line. And if people cross the line on the post tonight about Dr. Weldon, well, then it is right for the Premier to bring it up, and it is right for colleagues to bring it up and question it. But if people are asking questions, then those questions should be answered, Mr. Speaker. And I think that sometimes, Mr. Speaker, what I think people get confused by and ask questions by is when they see a very strong defense of a certain individuals, but other people, something horrific happens to them in life, or something very unfortunate happens in life, and very little said. For example, the dismissal of Tijuana Wedderburn from the Bermuda Health Council months ago, ruining that life. Very little was said about that, Mr. Speaker, but that's another person, a professional person in Bermuda that has respect. Why wasn't there an outcry in the community about that, Mr. Speaker? I just asked the question, Mr. Speaker. So if it's good for the goose over here, it's good for the gander on the other side, Mr. Speaker. Everyone must be supported and stood up for, Mr. Speaker. And so I say that so we can reflect and we can hold the same level of standard all the way around. Now, Mr. Speaker, the comments by the Honorable Premier and by people in support of Dr. Weldon, who I've never had the pleasure of meeting, but from what I know, she has a great resume. She's very energetic. She's come in at a difficult time and helped our country with the team down there. So I applaud the effort and the initiative. But one of the things that when I started to think about what the post could have been about, Mr. Speaker, it led me back to a question period we had in the House in the middle of May. So over 6 weeks ago now, Mr. Speaker, where I asked questions about COVID costs, asked questions about the total cost by the government spent to deal with COVID in PPE, in equipment, everything like that, Mr. Speaker. And at that time, it was clear that while the Minister of Finance gave some answers, and the Minister of Health tried to give more answers, that there were sixes and sevens about it, because the Minister of Health had to retract what she said because she was corrected by the Minister of Finance. And the Premier was unable to answer some questions, and at that time made the statement, Mr. Speaker, and you can go to Hansard and check it out. The Premier made the statement that in the very near future, the Minister of Health would come to the Honorable House and give a full overview of all COVID costs, because questions were being asked. Now here we are 6 weeks later, and it has not happened. And that's one reason why people ask questions on social media, because they didn't get answers originally from what they had to say. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that the government has done a commendable job of containing the virus when it hit Bermuda. I mean, everyone had their estimate of how we would be impacted, how many positive tests we would have, how it would impact our community. And I think for all intents and purposes, Mr. Speaker, that most people, what they estimated would take place was at a high level to what we actually experienced and where we are to today. And so we've done a commendable job because we shut down the border. But it was also very clear, and this is not a fault of government, Mr. Speaker, but it's also very clear that because of the mad rush and the crush to get PPE and testing equipment, that we couldn't get it in Bermuda as quickly as we needed to get it in Bermuda. But all the while, the government in the early stages was saying we were doing aggressive testing when we were not, in fact, doing it. Now we're very aggressive. And I think we're all proud of that, Mr. Speaker. And so I raised these comments tonight to reflect back on a commitment that government gave about COVID costs. And I look forward to the Premier and the Minister of Health coming to the House in one of the remaining sessions that we have for this session of Parliament to give a full overview of the costs so the questions can be cleared up. So hopefully people can get all their questions answered and we can stay away from becoming personal about issues and have a better understanding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Dunkley. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Speaker.
Good evening.
How are you?
Evening, MP Lester. How are you this evening?
Evening to my fellow colleagues and the listening audience. Earlier today, Minister of Education made a statement regarding the studies curriculum in public schools, specifying on Bermuda and global studies. I wholeheartedly support this, and I endorse the Minister and his team for reintroducing and emphasizing Bermudian, African, and Caribbean studies. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member Atherton, upon his statement, questioned the Minister with asking, what about Anglo-Saxon and Portuguese history? Mr. Speaker, I took offense to that question. Asking that question, Mr. Speaker, is equivalent to saying all lives matter during this time of Black Lives Matter. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because we know all lives matter, but all lives are not getting killed innocently by police officers and who are getting away with it on video, Mr. Speaker. All lives are not getting treated like that. And the same with history, Mr. Speaker. Anglo-Saxon and Portuguese history does matter. For a matter of fact, all history does matter. But Mr. Speaker, in Bermuda, Anglo-Saxon and Portuguese history is at least taught. What we know is what we don't know about Bermudian, African, and Caribbean history. As a Bermudian, we can look around Bermuda and see remnants of Anglo-Saxon history. We have of the hospital, King Edward. We have restaurants, King Henry. Mr. Speaker, we even have most of our locations are named after Anglo-Saxon persons, Mr. Speaker. St. George's, Somerset, Smith's Parish, every parish is named after an Anglo-Saxon, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, we do understand that Anglo-Saxon and Portuguese history matters in Bermuda. But, Mr. Speaker, we have forgotten about Black and Bermudian history, Mr. Speaker. And I just want, before I go on, clarify the comment also made by Member Atherton, where she said that Portuguese is an official language of Bermuda. I stand correct that it is not. Bermuda's official language is only English. Portuguese is not an official language, Mr. Speaker. So yes, Mr. Speaker, all lives matter, all history matters. But Black lives matter now because of what we see going on, and Bermudian and African history matters now, Mr. Speaker. Again, in Bermuda, and Mr. Speaker, I must declare my interest. I did go to a private school, so I cannot say what was taught in public school, Mr. Speaker, but in private school, we learned world history, world geography. We learned American history, American geography. So we learned about everything but Bermudian history, or it was very limited, Mr. Speaker. What most people, and myself especially, as I am a history buff, history, geography, those are my favorite subjects in school, Mr. Speaker. So I try to learn as much as I can. And I still, to this day, read. And that, Mr. Speaker, is how I actually found most of my history of African history, Mr. Speaker, even Bermudian history, on my own reading. We didn't learn it in school. And even, Mr. Speaker, I can say up until maybe 3 years ago, that I can say I didn't know who Sally Bassett, my mistake, I didn't know who Mary Prince was. I had heard about Sally Bassett, but I didn't know about Mary Prince. So we weren't taught this in school, Mr. Speaker. So again, Mr. Speaker, and these are just brief comments, I wholeheartedly support what the Minister and the Ministry of Education is doing by introducing and emphasizing Bermudian, African, and Caribbean studies, because as they say, Mr. Speaker, to know where you're going, you have to know where you come from. And Mr. Speaker, reason why we see a lot going on today with Black on Black violence and just the deterioration of the Black community as a whole, Mr. Speaker, because we're not taught where we came from. We're not taught that we were once kings and queens in Africa. Earlier today, the Minister of Education made mention to these being taught on Mansa Musa. Mr. Speaker, maybe 10, 15 years ago in doing research, I discovered and came across who Mansa Musa was. And to come to find out that he was actually the richest man ever to live in the history of our planet. He was an African king from the Songhai Mali Empire, which even to this day we make reference to when people coin the phrase Timbuktu. Timbuktu is an historical actual place in Africa, which during its heyday was the Mecca of its time. Universities, colleges, learned people, science. So Timbuktu was a leader of the world. So Mansa Musa was the ruler of Timbuktu and the empire, Mr. Speaker. It even goes on to say that upon conversion to the religion of Islam, Mansa Musa made a trek to Mecca. And on his travels, he traveled through Egypt. And upon landing in Egypt, his caravan, which consisted of thousands of persons, thousands of pounds of supplies, and gold, the amount of gold that was introduced to the Egyptian market on that trip crashed the gold market because there was so much gold. They had never seen gold like that before, Mr. Speaker. So again, we have to know where we come from to know where we're going. And as kings and queens in Africa, and there are many, we're just not taught in history, Mr. Speaker. So again, I support and wholeheartedly endorse this initiative from the Ministry of Education so that we as Black Bermudians, and not just Black Bermudians, because again, as a Black man, you learn about European history, world history. So now it's time for everyone, Black, white, and Portuguese, to learn about Bermudian and African heritage and history. And for the Portuguese, Mr. Speaker, yes, we do understand that they have their own carved niche from the rest of us. So I also encourage and implore the minister and the ministry to introduce some Portuguese history for our Portuguese citizens here in Bermuda, Mr. Speaker. We, again, We mustn't leave out anybody, but we have to understand that right now, Black studies, Bermudian studies, African studies is important to learn so that we don't forget who we are, Mr. Speaker. So again, these are my comments, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Speaker, and to all that's listening, have a good evening.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Zapner, would you like to speak now?
Yes, please.
You have the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I prefaced my question this morning by indicating to the minister that I was pleased that in the school system there was going to be the exploration of all the things that were important to us as Black individuals. And I also referenced to the fact that the minister had indicated that it was going to be transformative for all students. The reason I asked the question was not because I was just trying to say, is this the only thing that you're doing? I wanted to be able to get flushed out the fact of what else was being done so that everybody else that's on the island, everybody else that's out there will be aware of what our children were learning in school. Because as someone said earlier, when we were much older, maybe perhaps we learned everything about Anglo-Saxon. We didn't learn anything about what happened with Black people that came to the island. We didn't learn anything about slave trade, etc. But if we don't start getting to a situation where we try and make sure that every Bermudian understands the contribution that each group has made to the island and starts to respect what we all have to give and have a mutual respect, I'm really worried that we're not going to grow as a country. And therefore, when I asked some of these questions, it wasn't because I was trying to negate the emphasis that was being done. I wanted to be sure that when we started to move and do more about what we have, what our legacy is, what our heritage is with respect to being Black, that we don't negate the fact that right now there is a growing population of people who are mixed. There is a growing population of people who are Portuguese, and therefore, if we don't start to understand that each group has been there and been for each other, I know lots of people that talk now who are older, who talk about when they were living in certain areas, that Blacks and whites got along very well with each other because what they had in common was the fact that they were both struggling. They were struggling, and therefore that's what they had in common. And therefore they weren't looking at someone to sort of say, well, you're white and I'm Black, and therefore there is this need for us to be at each other's throat, because they realized that they were all in it together, and in Bermuda we are all in this together. So that I was really concerned that the meat.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. The member is misleading the House, misleading the country. The member fully well knows that all of the relevant statistics, no matter our personal relationships, indicate that Blacks are a socioeconomically marginalized in this country. All of the stats indicate. Is she going to say that that's not true? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member?
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to continue. The member had opportunity to say whatever he wanted. I have my opportunity now. And what I'm saying is the fact that if we don't start recognizing the contributions that each ethnic group, each group that comes to the island can make, and if we don't start pitting each other against each other for many times very much divisive reasons, that I fear that the country is.
Mr. Speaker.
Take your point of order. Point of order. Someone want to go? Mrs. Swan, you would like to put your point of order?
Honorable member is misleading the House by misrepresenting the problem at hand. The Black community has been wronged for centuries in this country, and the playing field is unlevel. And the narrative that the honorable member is trying to portray is like people are being divisive by only looking to level the playing field. In order for the playing field to be leveled, things have to be done to rectify centuries of wrongdoings. And some even very recent, Mr. Speaker. It's a false and a very dangerous narrative that the honorable member is advancing.
Thank you, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So when I asked the question, and I did ask the question whether the minister would at least say what was being done in schools, was just so that that type of information could be gotten out there. Because as I recognize, and I know someone indicated that Portuguese was not the official language. Well, when I went, I can't remember which website I went on. I saw that in terms about official language, it said English and Portuguese, and therefore that's.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the member fully well knows that it was I who made that comment. The members, Ms. Eden, the House, she fully well knows it was myself, Rob Commission, who made that retort to her claim. And she's old enough to know, and been in politics long enough to know, that there are no official languages in Bermuda, including English. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, in terms of languages that people are normally trying to use, I would think that if there has been a recognition that in terms of predominant language, English and Portuguese are two of the languages that are out there, and that people feel that they want to be able to learn those things to be able to communicate with each other. I'm not going to go down that path as it relates to the language. I'm going to really stick to the concern that I was raising.
Let's accept the point that they are used, but the terminology of official is what's being questioned today, and there's no official piece attached to that. Officially, it's the word that's being questioned.
Right, and Mr. Speaker, I can only go on the basis of the reference, the website that I went on that said it. Now, obviously, on some website it says it, and therefore I don't know from whence they got the reference. But I'm not going to waste my minutes going further into that discussion. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is the fact that, especially when we're starting to talk about what we're going to do in primary 1 and 3 and primary 4, etc., and learning about who they are individually and collectively, I'm hoping, and I can't get into all that must be done to try and deal with, as I say, some of the reparation and other things. I'm just hoping that there will be the opportunity when the teachers are teaching to talk about the ethnic groups that are on the island and the contributions they make, and an opportunity for people to be able to see what they have in common and what each has brought to the island. And so then we talked about the migrations, etc. That was when I found it was quite interesting, because in terms of the migration, that to me obviously is where we're talking about the slave trade. We're talking about what has happened in Bermuda, but then also, some people perhaps might look and sort of say, okay, that's how come we got Portuguese on the island. Those are, in technically, I guess that's how come we got the island colonized in the very first instance. But it's unfortunate that there would be a feeling that I was trying to say that Black lives do not matter, because that's not what I was saying. I was trying to clarify whether, based on the minister's statement talking about the curriculum and how he had highlighted all these other things, I just wanted to be sure that somewhere in the curriculum that there is an opportunity, if you will, to talk about everybody in Bermuda that's making a contribution. So as we go forward, we will have more opportunity to have mutual understanding of the needs, mutual understanding of the concerns, because sometimes in terms of, whether you can have a roof over your head, whether you're going to have a paycheck, whether you're going to have a proper health system, those things cut across racial lines. They have nothing to do with whether you're black, white, or whatever. lots of people in each one of these ethnic groups are out there hurting. They're out there worried about where their paycheck's going to be. They're worried about all the things that are affecting on them. So I wanted to
point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Members misleading the House again. What she's saying is not evidence-based. The racial disparities are clear in almost every area of Bermuda life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can you remember?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will continue. You know, many times in the House we're talking about disparities and we talk about opportunities. And every time I look, and even now when I see the government, what they're doing, my concern is to make sure that the government is going to give opportunities for Bermudians to be able to get out there and have job opportunities. I understand that they're going to have to make choices and that Bermudians come ahead of anybody else as it relates to having an opportunity. And if I turn over and I say this for a moment, and perhaps some of the people in the hearing of my voice will say, I recognize that sometimes, yes, people have been discriminated against, and sometimes being a woman, you have doubly been discriminated against. So discrimination happens to lots of people as it relates to not being given opportunities. And I applaud when I see different companies out there starting to say, okay, we must do more to help those people who have been underprivileged or who have not enough opportunities, because I believe it's important to have what I call real opportunity. It's not good enough to have something that's out there to say that it sounds really great that someone puts together marketing something or whatever else. We're only going to be judged by what real initiatives we come up with. We're only going to be judged by what things we do to try and improve the lot of people. And I know, I know Rolf and I the member Commission and Famous. I know that yes, there were lots of things that happened in the past, and therefore these things have been looked at and will continue to be looked at. But for me, I look at it and say, one of the most important things that has to be is that we make sure that it never happens again in the future. That we have to do things to try and make sure that we learn some lessons about opportunities. We learn some lessons about people not being treated fairly. We learn some lessons about why things are done in a certain way. And when there was talked about some of the things that happened, whether it be in the judicial system or whatever else, looking at things that have negatively impacted our Black community is important. It's important to do these things to make sure that they never happen again. It's important to make sure that things that have happened to women never happen again. It's important that any group that has had negative things happen to them because people do not respect the fact that they're human beings and therefore should be properly taken account and be given opportunities to be able to do the things to the best of our ability is wrong, and therefore I believe that we have to do something about it. I am sorry that my asking those comments would make someone feel that I was indicating that what was happening was not proper. I was just trying to make sure that we were covering all of the bases so that as we go forward, we will try and make sure that everybody in Bermuda has a role to play, and therefore, if Bermuda is going to get anywhere, everybody has to be able to contribute to their maximum. We cannot have people out there not having opportunities to their maximum. We cannot have people out there being able to contribute because this island does not have enough people, and we need everybody that we can have making it count so that Bermuda can turn around and survive. And those are the reasons why I felt that I need to at least respond to some of the indications that felt that I was not understanding why we had to deal with things which happened to the Black people in the community. I'm Black, and we also have to deal with making sure that people don't think that there was some sort of intent to turn around. And when I wanted to make sure that we did something for all of Bermuda and all of Bermudans, and we moved Bermudans collectively forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP. Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker? Yes, sir.
Yes?
It's,
You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to speak on a couple of things today. One of which was, and we thank the Minister of Labor for giving the comprehensive listing this morning in response to parliamentary questions on the people whose work permits were not renewed, because the idea of my colleagues asking the question is to ensure that Bermudians were made aware of opportunities that were out there and the numbers of positions that might be available for which they can avail themselves of opportunities, especially in these difficult times through COVID and the resulting unemployment that may occur. One of the things that I did not get the opportunity to ask the minister, and I ought to have in terms of follow-up question that I had this morning, was to the extent that we have applicants that were turned down for which there are no local applications, that is it that we might be creating a major challenge in terms of a business's ability to continue. I was advised today of a particular company where there was one particular position that had been rejected and a Bermudian had actually applied. So the company was absolutely ecstatic that they didn't have the issues of having to have a work permit holder fulfill that position, that they were able to bring somebody on, and notwithstanding that their standards were set in terms of what was required of the successful applicant for that position, that they had chosen, the Bermudian who had applied. Well, lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, that once that Bermudian had applied, that Bermudian decided that they did not wish to do the trade test that was a prerequisite of ensuring that the position was effectively filled. And I won't say the specific position, but I've been made aware of what it is. And I can tell you without fear of contradiction that we were speaking about a position that requires, it certainly requires a high degree of competence. So while the company decided that they would bring the Bermudian on board, the Bermudian then turned down the job. So the renewal was not had. The Bermudian has now has elected not to take the position, and now the company is left wanting. That's going to impact its business delivery of services. And I think that we just need to make sure that when we do have these situations that occur, that it's very important for us to ensure that Bermudians are not just being given the opportunities, but that we also show that we are worthy of those considerations. Because going forward, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the numbers of there are some positions that are far more people than in other positions where these people's permits have not been renewed. That gives an ideal opportunity. And I think that certainly as an opposition, we looked at those positions and we were wanting to know that, this is a perfect opportunity for Bermudians to get in there in these particular areas and to be able to make themselves, to get those positions and not have to play second fiddle to a guest worker. So I think that it's also important on us, the impetus or the responsibility falls on us as Bermudians to make sure that when that call comes for us, Mr. Speaker, that we do undergo the necessary tests, that we do undergo the requirements of competency, and let us not have an attitude or approach that, I don't have to do this test. If that is a prerequisite, if it has been determined from the advertisement that this has been required, I would never condone an employer putting conditions in place after an advertisement has been had and you say, yes, I will have this person, I will hire this person, and that person, for whatever reason, if the employer decides to put in a different criteria for that person reaching the level of competence, that would be totally unacceptable. But if those conditions are a part of the advertisement, then I believe that everybody who applies for that position should be able to fulfill the necessary criteria by the employers. So I'm hoping that we are not missing an opportunity as Bermudians that, to put employers in a situation where they start to think that they are not getting sufficient or not getting the quality of employee or applicant to be able to fulfill their standards and whatever they require based on the advertisements that they have placed, and then make the determination that this isn't worth it, so therefore I end up closing down a business, and somewhere along the way, some other Bermudian ends up being disadvantaged. So that's my concern in that respect. The other thing that I wanted to speak about, Mr. Speaker, was 2 days or so ago, there was a public announcement that Argus Insurance Company had acquired 2 medical practices. Mr. Speaker, while there was perhaps nothing illegal concerning it, they obviously found a way to be able to do the things that they required to do in terms of revamping their business model. It is quite apparent to, I think, the general public that this was something that was new, it was a different approach, and therefore it is, in my opinion, I believe that some kind of public statement needed to be made. So I then put out yesterday a request for the minister to come back and to say something about this very large and interesting and different development in the healthcare field. Well, lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, the minister, in referring to this in the press conference last night, effectively alluded to the fact that this was never, that her ministry, had not been engaged in this process that had taken place. Of course, the watchdog for healthcare in Bermuda is the Bermuda Health Council. So I looked again, what has the Health Council done? And what I determined from the news report from the day before was that the Health Council was unaware. And Mr. Speaker, I say all that to say that I recognize that businesses will do the things that they feel they need to do. But when such a major change is made, and there seems to be, in my estimation, and there may be a different description, there may be a different reason, but in my estimation, it appears to me that there has been a total disregard and disrespect for the processes that we have and the people who would be in charge of those processes. I cannot believe that a company would have the temerity to have such a major reshuffle of things and not have the decency to discuss it with the minister. That, to my mind, Mr. Speaker, is inexcusable. And I believe that we have to start to demand a different level of respect, a different level of engagement, and something that would say that even if these things are going to happen, that at the very least, the minister should be made aware. Mr. Speaker, we have differences from a political perspective, but I also believe that we have a responsibility to look out for the decency and the propriety of the process and the protocols that should be put in place. And I think that when we see these kinds of things happening, then what will happen is that we will probably find situations in which people will look for loopholes and they will walk down that path with total disregard for the government and for the authorities that are vested in the government to make sure that everybody is looked out for. Mr. Speaker, my concern is whether there was a conflict. Obviously, my phone started ringing off the hook. Is there a conflict of interest? I don't know, because there's no information that had been given to the public at the point that the announcement had been made for the merger. So we don't know if there's been a conflict of interest. We don't know whether the merger is going to create better outcomes, better patient outcomes as a result. We don't know whether, in fact, having an insurance company who is paying the bills, having under its thumb the provider of the bills, it might create efficiencies. I don't know. But if it does create efficiencies in the healthcare system for better patient outcomes, I can accept that. But Mr. Speaker, I will find it extraordinarily difficult to believe that as the person paying the bills, that you are not going to put your thumb on the person who is providing the service to make sure that your bottom line is better than it might otherwise have been. So this is my concern, Mr. Speaker. It just seemed to me to be blatant disregard and disrespect for the authority of the ministry that's responsible for that particular profession. And I would certainly hope, I would like to be proven wrong, Mr. Speaker. I would like for somebody to say that maybe the minister misspoke. Maybe the minister was in fact engaged in the process. Maybe the minister did know something. Maybe the health council did know something. But there's no reason for me to disbelieve the assertions made by the minister or by the CEO of the health council. So I then have to beg the question, why is something like this happening in this environment in which there seems to be no level of accountability just because it's not illegal for it to happen? There are some things, Mr. Speaker, that you can do it because you can, because the rules don't say that you cannot. But there are other things where there are decencies and approaches that need to be taken, in my estimation, that embrace the intent and the propriety of the decisions that are being made. And I think in this instance, from what we've seen thus far, it seems as though this had been missed out. And I would certainly like to have some kind of a statement coming from the ministry as soon as there's been an opportunity to be able to delve into and get to the bottom of how these negotiations have been carried out. It would seem to me, Mr. Speaker, that this is not something that happened overnight. This is not something that perhaps would have happened since COVID-19. This would have been something that presumably was in the making for some significant period of time. And if we in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, don't stand up in support and concern for the people of Bermuda and the quality of their health care, and I hope through this that maybe that quality will get better. I don't know. But in the absence of information, we are left to rife speculation. And I don't believe that's the right way to go, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that the people of Bermuda and certainly the minister of the government is owed a better degree of courtesy and decency in the communication of these intentions so that there is no sinister, nothing sinister being appended to the companies that have been involved in this conglomerate. Does any existing patient, Mr. Speaker, because they have this particular insurance company, are they going to be made to use that insurance company's conglomerate for their future health care? What does that then do to other doctors and other doctor-patient relationships? There are lots of questions that need to be answered, Mr. Speaker, and I'm afraid that we just don't have those answers. And, and I know that there are certain things because when companies are publicly traded, there are things that obviously would have to be held close to their chest in terms of, not having insider trading, insider information. What is this decision going to do for the value of the stocks of the company and all that sort of thing? But I still think that the ministers of the government have the ability and the responsibility to operate with information that they receive confidentially, to deal with it in a confidential manner, but also to be informative to the people that we represent, so that there's no concern in terms of what's happening in respect to their health care. So those are my concerns, Mr. Speaker. It's just to say that at some point in the near future, I certainly hope that there is a reasonable explanation that is being given to the people of Bermuda, and that the necessary respect for authority is not just shown, is not just done, but is shown to be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP. Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Sounds like Mr. Terrell. Is that you, Mr. Terrell?
Yes, it is.
Yes, Mr. Terrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good evening, colleagues.
Good evening.
I intend to be very brief. As much as the subject matter that I want to talk about has been talked about, especially by a few of my colleagues, certainly Deputy Burgess and the Honorable Tanae Furbin, and lastly, I believe Honorable Michael Dunkley spoke to the matter. However, I
just could not let the opportunity go by without once again, because I spoke on this before, to this matter. I'll try and temper the irritation in my voice because I'm a little bit annoyed about having to hear this again. Mr. Speaker, I refer to the recent and continued questioning of the qualifications of our very own Dr. Karika Weldon. The Premier did address the matter at the most recent press conference and dealt with it very adequately. And my colleagues, as I said, have already spoken on it very adequately, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, when I heard and read these previous comments, I put it down to a lack of knowledge of who Dr. Weldon was. Not everybody knew her. She had been away for a while. And as I said, I only had the opportunity to meet her last summer when she was home. But I found her, in fact, I know her to be a young, gifted educationally, and Black woman who has taken the time and effort to get herself trained in her field. And I think she should be encouraged because there are very few Blacks, certainly Black women that I know in that field. So I could not excuse these persons. I could probably excuse these persons for their lack of knowledge because they probably hadn't done their homework. However, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Weldon has now been going on over, I think, 5 months at least, sharing her training and knowledge with the COVID-19 testing regime. So she's certainly known now as to who she is. And Mr. Speaker, those persons who, again, or maybe even new persons, would have been by now had enough time to do their homework and research on Dr. Weldon and her possibly her qualifications. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm now wondering in my mind if these new comments are just malicious, or are they some sort of subtle racism, or just plain planting of seeds of doubts in people, just to cause problems. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to guess what the motive are in people's minds are, or whatever is at play here. I would just again like to thank Dr. Weldon for choosing to come home. I'm sure it was a choice to assist Bermuda in becoming a safe place for us to live and for people to come and visit. I'm just going to put it down to haters will be haters. Dr. Weldon, let me say again, I offer you and your team my appreciation for all that you've done. I've heard nothing but good news. And again, I encourage you. And let me also, at the same time, just again thank all the frontline workers who have been involved during this pandemic that we're all suffering under. So, Mr. Speaker, those, as I said, will be very brief because it's already been talked about. And I'll just leave it right there. And I thank you again for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Gerald. Does any other member like to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Ming. MP Ming? Yes.
Willie. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for allowing me this time to just speak about something that has been on my mind.
Go right ahead.
And Mr. Speaker, I hope you can see my background for you.
You see my flag flying there, right? Thank you. If you couldn't, I got a bigger one for you for next time. How's that?
I can barely see it, but that's okay. A bigger one.
I'll make sure we have a bigger one just so you would have problem seeing it.
Mr. Speaker, I just gonna kind of ask if you to bear with me because I'm gonna relay some figures to you and they're figures that for me are quite disturbing. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that if the topic of Black Lives Matter being discussed in many circles, many arenas, and getting some serious attention, it allowed me to have some conversations with some of my own Black women. Because when we talk about Black Lives Matter, you definitely would want to be talking about Black women. That's right. And me being a woman, I think that that's definitely a conversation that I would like to hear. So I feel like some of the figures that I'll give you, Mr. Speaker, will definitely wouldn't make me popular. And so I'll apologize in advance for that. I am unapologetically ambitious, unapologetically Black, and unapologetically woman. Means that I can change, Mr. Speaker, and that's just who I am. And I'm a woman who lives in Bermuda and with a makeup of 53% women here. So women are the majority in Bermuda. And in terms of voting population, women are the majority as well, Mr. Speaker. So I look at you, even Mr. Speaker, and I feel like you sit there as Speaker today because I'm pretty sure an overwhelming percentage of women went to the polls in your constituency and felt you worthy of this honorable house. So take time to think a woman. But Mr. Speaker, there are 36 members of parliament. And so you and I are just all the same. So there's no disrespect to you or anything like that, but I think that we're all members of parliament, and we're all elected officials. And Mr. Speaker, if you analyze each constituency one by one, you'll find that most of them that women make up the greater number. So women actually, when you start looking at stats, are more inclined to vote in elections. I talk when I say that because maybe it's something in the air, who knows? But Mr. Speaker, when I gloat about women, I think that it stops right there because as I start to look at the figures, I feel like, So here you go. In our legislature, Mr. Speaker, women make up 27.65% of the legislature. Women make up only 22% of the numbers in the House of Assembly. Women make up 45.45% of the numbers in the Senate. Women make up a mere 16% of the number of PLP members of Parliament. Women make up 36.36% of the number of OBA members of Parliament. 60% of the women PLP senators are women. So, woohoo! Only 35.71% of the ministers, inclusive Virginia ministers, are women. And women of the PLP only represent 7 of the 47 members of the legislature, which amounts to 14.89%. Mr. Speaker, you might say, why is that important? You'd be surprised at the amount of women who are actually looking at these numbers and are concerned. And in having a conversation with probably about 6 women the other day, the first thing they're saying is like, we're underrepresented. And part of why I'm talking about women today is because I think that it's time for women, especially Black women, to stand up and take their place. I've had women ask me, what is it that I can do? What can I bring? Because as women, we sometimes feel as if we are undervalued, Mr. Speaker, and maybe not even appreciated for what it is that we bring to the proverbial table. But Mr. Speaker, I know, and I know that you know, that we bring a lot to the table. And I'm not talking about as secretaries or administrative assistants. I'm talking about in terms of ideas, in terms of making things happen, in terms of creativity, and not to mention execution. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about the other women, like for instance in the House of Assembly, or even around Bermuda, but I would like to see women being represented more. And it's not, and I don't mean just in the House of Assembly, in committees, on boards, women who I've had conversations with, they're thinking about it now. And it's quite topical for them because they're asking themselves, what is it that I can do to make a change? How can I make an impact? How can I be involved? And my words today would be to encourage them to get out there and get involved. Don't wait for someone to do anything for you because no one's going to do it. You do it for self, you do for yourself, and where you think that you have talent and can make that impact, I will encourage you to get out there and do it. Mr. Speaker, I read this document this week, and it was called the National Partnership for Women and Families, because I wanted to do some reading. And it was sad to note that in terms of hierarchy, Black women, and especially for wage, had the lowest of the talent pool for wages. Mr. Speaker, this document, and it's actually an American document, but I can definitely see the relevance to Bermuda. That it talks about racism, it talks about sexism, it talks about harassment in the workplace, and some of the things that Black women in particular encounter in their everyday lives. And the fact that we are already not making as much money as our male counterparts, the impact of the financial impact that then happens on our families. Mr. Speaker, I think that I encourage women. You don't have to sit around in circles and talk about being underrepresented. Get out there and do something about it. If you believe you have something to offer in the political sphere, get out there and do something about it. If you believe that in your own community, because it doesn't have to be political, it doesn't even have to be governmental, but if you believe that you have something to offer and you can make an impact in your community, get out there and do something about it. Because we don't have to sit around in living rooms and have Zoom meetings and stuff and talk about what's not happening for us. It's time for us to stand up and make things happen for us. Mr. Speaker, I'm not gonna, because this wasn't even meant to be a long thing, but I know that a couple of weeks ago, I marched here for Black Lives Matter because I believe that my Black life and my children's Black life and your children and everybody's Black Lives Matter. We marched for the injustices inflicted on people of color. I marched because of the mistreatment of Black people. Mr. Speaker, today I march and I speak for women, and in particular Black women, because we do matter. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close today with this. I'm unapologetically ambitious, I'm unapologetically Black, and I'm unapologetically a woman. And it's time for us as women to stand up and be respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Means. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member Swan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honored and privileged to follow my colleague from the East, the honorable member from constituency number 1, MP Renee Mean, and a very capable young person who's providing service in our community, and we're very grateful for all the work that she does. Today's discussion, Mr. Speaker, in the motion to adjourn has centered a bit around that subject that Bermuda hasn't quite figured out how to grapple with. I think the honorable member, Ms. Atherton, unwittingly stumbled upon it today. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, Ms. Atherton, speaks to a mindset that would like for us to start from today and work together, hold hands together. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to I'm not going to read the speech, but I'm going to refer to probably one of the most famous speeches of this modern era. And modern era, I talk about in the last 70 years or so. It's recently modern. I'm old enough to remember things of such. A speech that was given by Emperor Haile Selassie. A speech that was made popular by the Honorable Bob Nestor Marley. And it says, until the philosophy which holds one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned, everywhere is war. And I'm going to just start on that first sentence, Mr. Speaker, because we have in the midst of our world, and we certainly had in the efforts of the late Dr. Eva Hudson in particular in our modern lives in Bermuda, more evidence than enough to suggest that there is a system in place in Bermuda that holds one race superior and another race inferior, economically and economically. And there have been many examples that have borne this out. So when we take the philosophy, and philosophy was the third word in that sentence that the Honorable Emperor used, until the philosophy that holds. The philosophy is thought. And the thinking of people sometimes run contrary to their actual words and certainly their actions. We have enough empirical evidence to suggest that in Bermuda in 2010, 2012, 2014, 2017, 2020, one race reigns superior than another. And I'm concerned because the member that caused this big debate today on this very subject was in charge of culture in this country as a minister. And so as a consequence, that mindset, that thinking is what we have to grapple with as we move forward. And I applaud the education minister for the statement that caused the debate to take place today. Because if you want to walk together in this world, you have to realize that the dismantling of the system that holds one race superior than another needs not only to be eradicated, the mindset that it's permeating and allowing this to exist needs to be uprooted. And in order to uproot, in order to get this country on a level playing field, there needs to be a lot more done. Earlier this morning, I gave congratulations, Mr. Speaker, to the Professional Golfers Association of America, led by a woman for the first time in its history, who actively practiced a Caucasian-only rule that impacted black golf professionals in Bermuda and around the world. So it's taken, as MP Ming had suggested, a woman in leadership to be able to look that bear in the face. And I say bear, and address it. We in Bermuda have to look that same bear in the face, because we have persons who have benefited from the era of segregation in Bermuda and overt racism. We have people who, we pass laws for good governance that deals with the proceeds of crime. We have all types of legislation that allows us to look at every fine-tooth comb of financial goings-on. Best practice, they say. Well, let's apply that mindset and philosophy to how we uproot racism. Best practice would have it that there are persons today who are benefiting off of the proceeds of the most vicious crime in the history of the world. That's a fact. And so as a consequence, the origin origins, the very foundation that people want you to stand on to move forward, is one on sinking sand, if I use that as an example. Because any foundation has to be solid and solid as a rock. I teach for a living, Mr. Speaker, and if your foundation is weak, then you have nothing to springboard off of. So persons who want us to sing kumbaya and move forward, everybody holding hands, without addressing the injustices which provided the foundation for people to be able to come to Bermuda and enjoy the spoils of a racist system, if we don't address that, we will be making the same mistake over and over again. And make no mistake, there are people that hope we do that because they're the benefactors of this system. And so, Mr. Speaker, that in itself is why education is needed, to be able to tell people the truth about this world and how we got there. And not gloss over. And yes, I relate it to golf because I've had the benefit of Dr. Jeffrey Sammons from New York University, a world-class professor who has researched this subject and other subjects related to it as it relates to the African community. And he discovered what a Bermudian had done, Mr. Speaker, in the world. And on that basis only, you can't celebrate the people who walk through the door of integration and ignore the people that were banging down the door. And I use my trade as an example because I know I can put hand over heart and tell you it's so. But I'm sure that any social psychologist or any historian will go back in our more recent history and be able to uncover, as we have today in our midst, Mr. Speaker, the commission that's looking at the way land was handled in this country 100 years ago. I know there are persons in this community that are quite concerned. You only need to look at the electoral configuration of this country to be able to see the racial divisions that exist even in politics today because of the construct of Bermuda, because of the geographical and deliberate segregation of this country as it relates to property as well. And so, Mr. Speaker, that's why the Honorable Member, Ms. Atherton's comments has met with a firestorm today. Because it's the mindset of which is represented that is harmful as we try to really take Bermuda forward. And it's harmful because when people who are seeing what's happening in Black Lives Matter around the world and ask about how does it relate to Bermuda, that mindset will give them a false sense of security because it fails to appreciate that we have much work to do if you've had centuries of building up a system that people are benefiting from today. We had a bill come before this House which relates to Riddles Bay. And I'll tell you, in the golfing world, you only need to look back to 1922 to see the origins of that whole community. How the government of the day legislatively gave that community a loan to develop for them to outwardly segregate against the black community that lived and played, that worked in that area. Outwardly discriminate against them. With some of the greatest golfers in the world were working as caddies. I know because I was taught by one of them. And that's the type of mindset that exists right here in this country, Mr. Speaker, as we look at how lands are held today in this country, as we look at how wealth is passed on in this country, as we look how people could come to this country from other areas, and if they turn a blind eye and say nothing, they can benefit, and those who dare to say anything can be ostracized or blackboard or whatever word terminology you want to live. That is the truth of the matter. And you can't look at Bermuda on some superficial color basis and say, let's go by kumbaya because, you know, I have friends from other ethnic persuasions. My family lives that every day. But I worry about every one of them if they were walking around this world today. Found in the wrong place at the wrong time, only because of the color of the skin. Or the way their hair is, or the way their eyes look, or the way they might talk, might associate them, particularly to those of us of African descent. So, Mr. Speaker, the words that the Emperor Haile Selassie spoke until the philosophy which holds one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned, and until there is no longer first class and second class citizens of any nation, until the color of a man's skin is no more significant than the color of his eyes, and until the basic human rights are equally guaranteed to all without regard to race. Those are things that we are dealing with in this country now. And the reason why we're still dealing with it is because people, and particularly we black people, have been convinced that just sing kumbaya, why the system continues on. That system that's been put in place that allows racism to be the source of its originator, white supremacy. And until that day, when we as a collective people can look to say, that isn't good enough for my humanity, then we stand a chance. Then we stand a chance. Because people will take my speech and try to frame it as division, when truth is the only way forward of fixing a problem. And we've ignored the truth for so long, Mr. Speaker, until the basic human rights are equal guaranteed to all without regard to race. And until that day, the dream of lasting peace, though that's what people like to talk about, the dream of lasting peace. But it says until that day, the dream of lasting peace and world citizenship and rule of international morality will be but a fleeting illusion to be pursued but never attained. You know, that sentence in itself is very revealing. Whilst it's revealing for me as a black man, it's also revealing to anyone who wants to keep the current system the way it is. Because they realize in reading this very thing that until we can come to terms with that, it will never be attained. And for it never be attained, the status quo will benefit those who it's been set up and designed to benefit. In closing, I want to say thank you to people like Dr. Jeffrey Simmons for helping enlighten me on the spirit that's been put within me by those elders who will be about 110 today to help better understand their experience. And may we delve down into the way in which land has been handled in this country. Let us look at the unequal playing field of economics in this country. And let us unapologetically look to make the lives of the descendants of those who have been trod on and knelt upon better through policies that level the playing field. And in order for the playing field to level up, you ain't got to pull somebody else down. You got to collectively lift those who have been deliberately disenfranchised up. And that is the difference. It's a philosophy, Mr. Speaker. It's a mindset. And when I see that mindset being defended, when I see that mindset being protected, I'm going to speak out against it because it's wrong. And that's what's harming Bermuda. I've seen it harming in my trade. I've seen people lifted up and celebrated who were on the backs of that, and we've got to go back and make some things right. And make things right for those going forward, those young people in Bermuda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other member wish to speak? Any other member? No other member? The House stands adjourned. Members, we stand adjourned until the 17th of July at 10 a.m. Have yourself a good weekend.
Bye, Mr. Speaker.
Evening, Mr. Speaker.
Good evening, members. Enjoy your weekend.
Yes, you enjoy your weekend too.
Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.